Boom. Boom, baby. How are we doing today? How are we doing? First of all, hello, Rapute. Birthday stream. Is it your birthday today, Rapute? Rapute. Is it actually your birthday? Huge. Huge if true. Hello, Silver. Hello, J Duffel. Hello, Aman. Hello, Silver. Discord title banger. Thank you, thank you. I thought about using it for the Twitch stream, but I didn't know if it'd be too confusing. I mean, the one I've chosen already is like a insane reference that no one under the age of 45 is ever going to get. But, you know, whatever. Hello, Daddy's Jizzies. Hello, hello. -2 for stealing chat's joke for the Discord, +2 for the title. I swear, I promise you, if I stole it from Discord, or sorry, from chat, it was purely subliminally. I do not remember anyone saying the if you take food out the oven meme. The one I had on Discord, if you've not seen the Discord one, was why do they call it of the devil when you of in the devil out of the devil? Which is a true stroke-inducing title to try and read out. Hello, Oxynew. Hello, Worm Burdened. Big number 40 stream streak. Holy. Holy. Hello, Haydena. It is. Oh my god. Well, you know what you gotta do. Hold on. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Roperty. Happy birthday to you. There you go. There's your dose of birthday cringe. Hello, Small Truth. Hello, hello. Hello, Aerofos. I read that message last of the Devil stream. I legit don't remember that. I fully believe you that I did, but I honestly do not remember it at all. Like, it... my memory apparently is awful. The Norwegian song is so much better. How does the Norwegian one go? I realize I'm asking you that over a text-based channel, so there's no way in hell you can answer that in any way that would be satisfying. But I'm going to ask anyway. Umbrine, first of all, thank you so much for subscribing. You've been subscribed for 9 months. My god. With the message, please, sir, just a crumb of marble token fighting souls, por favor. No. I've told you this before, Umbrine. I'm not... Okay, so, hold on. We got to explain some things. Hello, Silver Sister. Hello. You won't be able to actually watch today because you're finishing an assignment and you need to pass a class with your girlfriend. But that does sound like very important work. So, so please do that. Please pass your class. Okay, so... If you were not on the Discord yesterday, basically, we have an ongoing fantasy critic league, which is like fantasy football, but with video games. So the idea is we have all these people from chat, and myself, of course, and we drafted, so we each went around and picked a game for our little publishing company. And so we've each chosen one, and then however well they do with like critical reception, like whatever their like review score is, that's how many points you get. And Umbrine, I can only assume she views me with deep jealousy, because she keeps asking me to give her Marvel token fighting souls, when we all know this is gonna get like an 89 minimum because it's a fucking banger. So there's no way I'm swapping it. I'm sorry. It's not happening. It's not happening. I'm sorry. But yeah, we got the real decoy. We got Slang Punk. We got Jack. We got myself. We got Huli. We got Haydena, Barfighter, Raputi, Silver, Umbrine, and Mito. So we have the whole squad here. You can have a look if you want. Like this is what the algorithm thinks is going to happen, which obviously is not true because through the power of human spirit, I'm going to come first. But the algorithm thinks Decoy's going to win, Slang Punk second, Jack in third. And here's got Umbrine, she got Code Vein 2, banger. It's crazy. It's only going to say Code Vein 2 is only going to get 4 points. And then she counterpicked unannounced Witcher 3. She thinks it's going to suck, which is outrageous. Yeah, Silver got Resident Evil 9, which is going to be insanely huge. Lego Batman. Oh god. Anyway, here's you can look through it if you want. The league's public, so you can have a look through it if you want. And I can show you the link in chat as well. If you're interested. You can no longer join, I'm afraid, but you can have a look if you're interested and see how we do. I put a channel in the Discord as well. I'm going to put like updates about how many points we all get. This is my one. I have the unannounced Witcher 3 DLC. I got Marvel Token Fighting Souls. I got Fire Emblem, the new Fire Emblem. I got Hollow Knight DLC. I got Fate's End, which is a bit more of like an indie pick, but I think it's going to do pretty well. It's the same people who made Spiritfarer, so I think it's going to do banger. And then I counterpicked Fable because, you know, I don't know if it's gonna. I don't know how good it's gonna be. Let me put it that way. But yeah, sorry. Anyway, hold on. Where did we go? Okay, so this is the Norwegian one. Is it sung? Wait, hold. Aerofos, is it sung to the same tune? For a deg som følger, ja I dag skal vi gratulere. That last one's a bit. No, it's a completely different tune. Well, you could have told me that before I sang it, couldn't you? Anyway, anyway. It's a project that's going to last a few months. You're writing a final report. Oh, that's cool. That's fun. Yeah, even if Witcher 3 comes out, look, I think after Cyberpunk, I don't think people are too scared to give CD Projekt Red low scores. But I do think even if it's mid, it's still going to get like, you know, mid 70s at the minimum. I think they would have to really shit the bed to get like super low scores. Jelly described the English happy birthday as kind of like a dirge. It's almost depressing. I mean, I wouldn't call it depressing. I think it's because you're making something that is easy for everyone to sing along with. It's like a chant, right? It's like a da 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 da. It's like everyone, even if you're like 5 years old, you can sing along with it. If you make it too complicated, it gets like, you know, harder. It's like, you know, you can say like the English anthem, the British national anthem. It's like, you know, or the English national anthem, however you want to say it. It's kind of boring in the sense like it doesn't fly around all the ways, but it's like it's easy to chant along to. You know what I mean? You can really belt your heart out with it. Whereas like some of them, I think like the French one jumps around all over the place. Like I don't know how you sing like the average, like, you know, 45-year-old drunk guy at a football pitch is meant to be able to sing along to it. It's weird if one person is singing it slowly when all your friends and family are singing it, it hits different. True. But yeah, I mean, I don't think it's a good song. I think we could improve it. I think if we're in the market for pitching a new happy birthday song, I'm fine with that. I'm down for doing it. Right, well, let's get into it. Bat from Wizard 101. I don't have no. Is Wizard 101 a video game? I feel like I heard people talking about it. Was this like a really old video game people played when they were kids? Like, I can't work out what it is. I only hear people mention it briefly, in passing. Also, the way they make the happy birthday song, it's so slow and like boring, so there's also a lot of space for you to get anyone's name in there. Like, they need to make sure it's really slow. So like you have to speed up and say someone's like really long name in it. It's still going and the story is insane. You think the bat is an actual god? But Death in Discworld is pretty strong as well. Because he's literally the personification of death. Wizard 101 sounds like the Wii U exclusive, Wonderful 101. The Wonderful Wizard 101. Although even Death has like... there's like a Death's death. You know, I'm going with Death. I mean, he's pretty strong. He's pretty strong in the lore. Being the personification of death. Oh, bro. Oh, you aren't kidding. Not only is he a god, he is literally like a super god. He ain't fucking around. It's crazy this guy's like, I assume, the most powerful being in the entire, like, setting. And they call him the Bat. Like he's a fucking DC comic book hero. He hasn't even got, like, a fucking name. Whatever. Oh my god. Teru. Fucking pervert chef. What the hell? You got Teru in here. Versus demons from the underworld. Meat on the bone. Bone on the meat. Meat bone on the why do they call it an oven if you put the hot of the food in? I mean, the demons in the underworld are clearing Teru. Teru fucking sucks, bro. He says he's a fucking... What? It's crazy. Demons in the underworld are only one tier above Teru. What do you mean? Apple Levine? Yeah, exactly. Fuck this guy. They even try to give him a sob story and he's the fucking biggest piece of shit of all time. Anyway. Nash Gold Jr. from Kuroko no Basuke. I don't remember this character at all. Maybe this was after I finished reading it. But, I mean, they're literally just basketball players. They're literally just basketball players. They're not going to beat a guy who's like a literal Viking. I'm sorry. Oh, shit. Candy the Cat from Five Nights at Candy's. Excuse me? Excuse me? Is this a Five Nights at Freddy's knockoff? The Temu version? What is Five Nights at Candy's? Umbreen, explain. It's a fan game. Is it in the same lore? Is it like meant to be in the universe? Sorry, hold on, this is about, I'm locking in for Wizards 101 lore. For reference, one of the most recent story arcs in Wizard 101 is the personification of nothingness just started to exist after you became a super powerful demigod wizard and it sought you out to help understand itself in the guise of a Cthulhu-looking cult leader who tried to make a eugenics pocket verse of the best people that is being overseen by the comic book superhero parody furry people. Wow. Sorry, I just had to take a moment to process what I was reading. Damn. They're really, you weren't kidding. They're doing some crazy shit over there. Okay, sorry, I got to lock in for Five Nights at Freddy's lore as well. Hold on. Following the announcement of Scott Cawthorne's Fazbear Fanverse initiative, he did like a multiverse initiative? Or cinematic universe initiative? August 2020. Thanakra was endorsed and officialized into the Five Nights at Freddy's franchise as a spin-off game. Damn. I mean, let's be honest though. M. Bison's fucking clearing. I don't think there's an animatronic alive who can defeat... What the fuck does he use? Chaos Power? Chaos Control? One of those is for the Chaos Emeralds and Sonic, and one of them is the Pinky... Psycho Force. That's it, right? Whatever. He's beating him. Only just, though. Jesus. He almost got his ass beat by a cat animatronic. Do better. Librarians. Standard and Black Librarians from Metro 2023. Oh, the people who wrote all the Warhammer books. The Black Librarians, I see. Versus Picola from Dropkick on My Devil. A small child. Okay, who wins? Giant post-apocalyptic radioactive monster. Small child. I mean, I think we know how this goes. It's clearly the small child. They were actually fucking equal. They were equal. These fucking sucks on Ranger Hardcore. I played one of the Metro games for like a few hours. I don't know why I stopped. I think I stopped. I think it was the first Metro game. And I stopped when I got outside because I didn't really know what to do. Like, I went outside for like a little bit, and then like, oh, you need to find these filters, and you need to do X and Y and stuff, and I couldn't work out where it wanted me to go. Marcus Wolfhart from Warhammer Fantasy. Interesting. My Warhammer Fantasy knowledge is pretty rusty. But he's going to be pretty strong, probably. Like, as a fantasy character, they're normally pretty tough. Eddie Cusack from Code of Silence. Okay, this is just a guy with a gun. I'm sorry, I'm going to go with this one. Yeah. Which metro is the one where there's a woman, like, you're going through this base and you go to someone else's base and there's like an attractive woman who offers to sleep with you and you sleep with her and then she steals all your bullets when you wake up in the morning? Which one was that? Because I remember that happening in the game. So whichever one that was. Topo from Dragon Ball Super. Just looks like someone's someone's old uncle. One or two, okay. Or Dmitry Maximov. Iron Soul Absorbed. I mean, look. Normally I would say always go Dragon Ball. But I think this is a fighting game character, right? Jesus, man. Can you get a size larger of your fucking trousers? I don't need to see every muscle on your thigh. And I don't need to see your prominently displayed bulge either. Thank you. I also don't need to see the veins popping out of your bicep through your coat, bud. Anyway, I'm going to say this guy wins. Oh god, it's going to be close. Oh, it's really... Oh, fuck. Why did I... Fuck. Why did I discount... Oh, fuck. I'll tell you what it is. Some reason I thought this was a Dragon Ball from the same movie as the other guy, but this is Dragon Ball Super. Dragon Ball Super is so far along the timeline that even the most average scrub is literally like more powerful than every other person in any other franchise. Because they have the power scale so much. He looks like the child of Phoenix and Miles. He really does. That's why they can't... That's why they can't get together in lore. Because they would make a child too powerful. Hadja from Rave. Okay. Versus Klaus von Reinherz from Kakai Sensen. I mean, this guy's shooting out fucking plasma balls. And this is just a dude. So I'm going with this guy. Impulse, Season 11 from Smallville. Is he like the... Because I know Smallville's all about DC like Superman before he was... As a teenager, right? Is this guy like the Flash as a teenager? Does that even make sense? When did he get the Speed Force? I never really watched Flash. Did he have it since he was a child, or did he get given it? Versus the Intruder from Intruder. Oh my god, it's him. It's the Intruder. Impulse is not Flash, but he's still a speedster. Okay, well, they're all like absurdly OP. So I'm gonna go with him. 9C with a knife. But you ain't getting nowhere. Okay. Anonym from Akatsi Blitzkampf. A nun with guns. Literally none with guns. Versus The Children from American Gods. Okay, well, these guys look... They look like they can beat a woman with a gun. That's all I'm going to say. Now, I don't know if the nun has actual, like, divine powers as well. But I feel like a lot of anime characters who are nuns with guns, they're just people with guns. They don't really have, like, the power of the Lord on their side. Now, they can do some bullshit things. They can definitely, like, you know, do a cartwheel while shooting guns and killing 15 people. But I'm assuming these guys are either gods or personifications of, like, spirits or something. I think they... I'm sorry, I hate to say it. I think I'm going against the anime. Fuck, okay, never mind. 9C, The Children. Hold on, I gotta look up this. What the fuck is this? They're a group of henchmen. They can summon and materialize at any moment to do their bidding. Okay, I see. No, I mean, they look pretty strong, to be honest with you. I guess what it is like because you can just summon them whenever you want. I deserve that loss. Come on, you're gonna tell me this a woman with a gun versus like faceless super creatures in a show I know is entirely about divine gods? You're gonna tell me that like I should have gone with them? All right, whatever you say. Whatever you say, buddy. Okay. Right. Well, you know what? 7 out of 10. You just imagine walking into a door. Look, you can just say you're jealous that I have the best lineup in any fantasy draft of all time. Okay. It's time for the redemption arc. Clues by Sam. This time it will not take 40 minutes, I promise you. I think the dev heard me complaining and has given us an easy one. You're not getting the game, Umbra. You're not getting it. Okay. Let me fucking unlock the brain here real quick. Okay, I need a song that has no speaking in it. Or at least no, like, singing's fine. Okay, there we go. So we have David. Katie and Nancy have no innocent neighbors in common. Katie and Nancy have no innocent neighbors in common. So these two are criminals. There are more criminal clerks than criminal cops. Okay, we have 1, 2, 3. We have 3 clerks and we have 2 cops, so they have to all be criminals. Exactly 1 clerk has an innocent directly above them. Okay, well, you're the only one with it, so you gotta be innocent. There's only 1 innocent above Wanda. Where's Wanda? Oh, that has to be Katie. Huh? Oh, sorry. Fuck. No, that... Okay. This is the innocent. Katie, you're the criminal, yes. Only 1 of the 2 innocents neighboring Zia is to the left of 4. Zia. Only 1 of the 2 innocents neighboring Zia is to the left. Okay, well, you're the only one to the left that can neighbor her, so you have to be innocent. Huh? Only 1 of the 2 innocents neighboring Zia is to the left of 4. Fuck, sorry. I gotta read these things the whole way through. God damn it. Each row has at least 2 criminals. Okay, hold on. Only 1 of the 2 innocents neighboring Zia is to the left of 4. Now, does this count as being to the left of 4? I would assume so. Because it's the left of 4, you can't be innocent. You'll be criminal. No? Okay, I guess that doesn't count as being to the left of 4. Sure. That... I feel like that could have been worded better. That's what I'm going to say. Every row has at least 2 criminals, so Chloe has to be a criminal. Both innocents below me are connected, so we know Henry is a criminal. There was only 1 innocent in column B. Okay, so you're a criminal. An odd number of innocents in column D neighbor Rudy. Column D. This one, an odd number. Well, it could be 1 or 3, right? So it can't be 2. Only 1 of the 2 innocents neighboring Zia is to the left of Thor. So we know Zia has another innocent. One of these 2 people is innocent. Each row has at least 2 criminals. That's fine. There's only one innocent above Wanda. We did that one. Below me, innocents are connected. We still haven't figured that one out yet. There was only one innocent in column B. We've done that one. Only one of the two innocents neighboring Zia is to the left of Thor. Yes, it's one of you two. And then we know an odd number of innocents in column D, neighbor Ruby. What does that tell us? If we know there's an odd number of innocents, okay, an odd number of innocents. In column D, neighbor Ruby. So it's either 1 or 3. And if it was all 3, then we would know. If it was all 3, it can't be all 3 because then Zia would have more than two neighbors being innocent. So if it has to be 1, it has to be someone neighboring Zia, which means Megan has to be criminal. Boom. There's an odd number of criminals in column D in general. Okay. Same thing. We know there's one more here. So that means you have to be a criminal. Column A has more criminals than any other column. Okay, well, it has 5 criminals then. Okay. There are at least 4 innocents on the edges. Okay, we got 1, 2. Okay, so we know one of these is innocent, and then so the other one has to be Zia. So Zia's innocent. Okay, which one are we missing? Both innocents below me are connected. Oh, both are connected, so we know Luigi is a criminal. There's an equal number of innocents in row 1 and row 5. So you are an innocent, and then you are a criminal. Boom. Boom, baby, I'm a genius. I'm a genius. They were kidding, it's so easy today. Mods, delete that comment. Delete that comment, talk about how hard it is today. Talk about how incredibly difficult this one was, and no one got it. You just realize you can click the person when you're done to glue the clue to grey it out? Yeah, but like... you pinned it, you son of a bitch. It's, I feel like a lot of these... I mean, some of them you can tell, right? Like these, obviously, you can get rid of. And then there's a couple that are like, where's the one? Yeah, this one. There were more criminal clerks and cops. You know that one's done. But a lot of these other ones, I feel like it's hard to tell when they're done, because some of them come back. Was I? Hold on. Damn. Are you telling me I was not in the top percentage of solvers? Wait, was I meant to be looking for other stuff? Oh, clarifying. Okay. Everyone sees the truth. Neighbors always include diagonals. Sure. In between, or sometimes just between, means the person's between the two, not including the two. Connected means a chain. Yeah, okay. Rows that go sideways. Above and below always means the same column. Left and the right always means the same row. Okay. 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 There we go. You know what? That one's pretty good. I'm gonna try a medium one. Because that one is pretty easy, that to be fair. Clues by Sam, cheat engine, free online, no virus. Oh, let me just load up some fucking Grok at Grok. Grok, how do I solve today's Clues by Sam? They ramp up over the week. Oh, so when I was trying it on Saturday, I was getting fucking demolished because I was trying like the second hardest one of the week. I see. Okay, and that's the only reason why. Because it was, some would say, too hard. They said it couldn't be solved. So honestly, the fact it took me 40 minutes is more like impressive than it was embarrassing, right? All right. It's like the crossword. I didn't know the crossword got harder throughout the week. Is that true? Hold on. Hold on. Get our correct character up there. There we go. Did you win at Sam? I was busy bothering the sister. How dare you? How dare you imply I could not win? Like, there was a chance that I would not win. Of course I win. Of course. I mean, I won so fast you didn't even know I'd done it. That's how good I am. Clues by Sam also has a secret evil difficulty that you can only get through the newsletter. Oh my god. I don't think I'll need that yet, to be honest with you. You know what would be good? If you have Clues by Sam, but, you know, in, like, Sudoku or a crossword, in online, you can, like, sketch things in, but not hard confirm them. Or, like, Minesweeper, right? You can flag a square as being potentially a mine. I think it'd be really useful. A guy who's played 2 Clues by Sams in his entire life. Here's how you can improve the game. I think it'd be useful if you could, like, mark... They have it? Well, they didn't tell me in the tutorial, did they? Well, that's a tutorial issue. That's a tutorial problem. All right, they need to improve the user interface. I take no responsibility. Okay, where were we? Waters issue. Mods? Mods? Okay, so if you weren't here, when I scroll down, you scroll past the explanation about how marking works. That's because you told me that the specific thing I was asking about would be solved below, so I was looking for that. I wasn't looking for everything. I wasn't enjoying the scenery. You know what I'm saying? Okay, so if you were not here last stream, the way this has worked, we managed to prove that David didn't kill himself, as the text here shows. But what has happened is there has been footage which now implicates Serra in having killed David. Basically, we managed to unhack or like hack open the encrypted files on David's computer, and they show Serra like messing around with the glasses and the bottles, but she doesn't remember any of it. So potentially she's been hacked or something. Potentially she's been possessed by an evil like robot AI, and we really are doing that one Ace Attorney thing. Hold on, let me move the browser up here. Sure. In the process, I proved that his android did. Okay, there you go. That's perfect. I proved the android that's been walking around with me all day is capable of murder. A killer robot. A true unbound AI with military-grade specs and at least one death to its name already. So much for avoiding the public eye. Thank you for coming here on such short notice, Judge Barrows. Huh! As if I'm doing you some kind of favor. I didn't realize I had any choice in the matter. This isn't some bad joke, is it, Miss Rockford? I'm afraid not, Your Honor. You know, I like adjutants. I always have. I'm not racist. I'm not robo-racist. One of my best friends is an adjutant. They deal with the criminal traits so that the bookish, quiet, contemplative people like me can spend all day typing up arguments for obscure legal treatises. That's what I like to do. I don't like going down and dealing with all this heavy-handedness. Won't someone toiling away under the police state think of the poor bureaucrats? And I certainly don't like making rulings on anything as spicy as AI. She can barely bring herself to say it. And you... Oh, she has, like, robo-glasses? That's cool. And you, Councillor Morgan, you're the one it's registered to? That's correct, Your Honour. So, what did it do, exactly? Torture an animal? Shut down a hospital? Crash a coin market? In the year 2083, Dogecoin is the national coin. It replaced the dollar in 2075. We have it on camera poisoning a man, killing its creator. You mean Dr. Asher? That is... We can't hope to keep this quiet for very long. All we can try and do is wrap it up quickly. Let's make haste. Adjutant, do you have the case number? Case ID is 241277A, docket number YT9843182882. Oh, thank you. Can you repeat that? YT9843182882. I think I lost you after the first 8. I have it copied here. And what are the security procedures for an incident of this nature? A Delta quarantine is to be established around any networks the subject was exposed to for more than 66 seconds. Oh my god, the number of the devil. Kind of. Almost there. Why are you talking about Serra's shoes? You can't even see her shoes, can you? All offending hardware is to be destroyed immediately through incineration at a minimum temperature of 3,422 Celsius for 30 minutes. Sorry, Spearmint. There's nothing to be done. No debate to be had. This isn't even a decision. Sorry, Serra. Not Spearmint. David gave you that name. I should at least make an effort to use it. That sounds very hot. Do we have furnaces that get that hot? Of course. There are a number of industrial furnaces within the city limits that I could recommend. Sorry? Why should I be sorry anyway? I fulfilled the request. Favor repaid. I don't owe Serra anything. Especially not if it killed my friend. Right, Morgan? I'm sorry? I was just saying how grateful I am that we have all the procedures for this kind of thing all laid out already. Put the parrot on the stand, put the cyber parrot on the stand. I need an AI of a parrot on the stand. It's the future. Yep, keeps things nice and simple. It can feel somewhat severe going through these steps so quickly, but nothing, Your Honor. Artificial intelligence is perhaps the greatest threat to human civilization and the sanctity of life there has ever been. Any piece of software, big or small, no matter the vessel, if it can violate the tenets it was programmed with, it has the potential to cripple our nation in a matter of moments. Yes, couldn't have said it better myself. Straight from the textbook, almost. Well, I mean it. Monsters like that don't belong in this world. They should have never been born in the first place. Destroying them is a kindness. And if anyone's to blame, it's... No one's blaming you, Counselor. You couldn't have known you were in possession of an AI. I'm talking too much. Probably just tired. It's been a long day and I've had a lot of thoughts. Sorry, Serra. Whatever you are. You were just born wrong. Not your fault, necessarily. We're up to me. You get points for trying. Trying to be something more. Trying to be something at all. Or anything other than what you are. It was stupid, of course. And futile. And pointless. Spending hours in front of your TV or laying in a bed staring at your phone. Watching stupid movies and trying to paper mache an ill-fitted mask of humanity out of the scraps you could tear out of magazines. She's talking about herself, Chap. Chap, do you get it? She's thinking about herself. practicing expressions and memorizing lines and trying to get something to take root and grow despite knowing it have nothing to feed on. It is fun. Yeah, no, I'm playing it up, but it's a cool little, you know, reveal. Yeah, and like empathetic moment. Stupid. Oh, apparently all I can do is call. Ah, Morgan. What was that, Councillor? I said objection. And what are you objecting to? Getting a sociopath to feel empathy for a literal robot because they have a similar gap in understanding emotions. Peak. It's true. Yeah, it's fun, isn't it? Because it's like, yeah, like the only person a sociopath can relate to is a person who had to learn emotions from scratch as well. What are you doing, Morgan? I'm a defense attorney. This is what I do. I understand you've been through a lot these past few hours, Councillor. But there's nothing to defend. On the contrary, Your Honour. I have to defend myself. Pardon? You say that this android Serra is an AI because it broke its tenets. Obviously. And you believe it broke its tenets because of this newly discovered footage that appears to show it committing murder via poison. All true, and no laws broken on your part. Here it comes. Never thought I'd be incriminating myself in the courtroom just to make a point. Don't you dare try and entrap me on this. We want Serra's papers, right? It's saying that we own Serra, so we could have told them to do this. And they were backdated to a week ago, right? So we could have technically had control over Serra a week ago and then ordered them to poison him. It's pretty simple, actually. If the state is making the claim that Serra is an AI, they're accusing me of committing a felony because I'm the legal owner of that android. Oh. What the hell are you doing? And if the state wants to charge me with owning an AI, I will not take that lying down. I know my rights. Councillor, your argument is self-defeating. Listen to yourself, Councillor. You claim that Serra is just an android, a product that will be obsolete within a year. But you've only known it for a few hours. You've only owned it for a matter of minutes. And yet here you are risking a felony charge to save it from being demolished. Because you're wrong. And I know you wouldn't care. Ooh, she's doing like a ooh. Not unless this android was something special. Look at us. Look at us. That's I know that's how she's saying it, but it's like the fucking, you know, when like the lads are together, like, look at us, lads. Look at us. We've made it. Me arguing that I'm guilty, and Emma arguing that I'm a softie. It'd be funny if it wasn't so fun. You think there's no reason I'd want to save this android from destruction? Other than feelings of personal attachment? Can we say that it costs $1 quadrillion? Here we go. I can think of at least one reason why I don't want to turn Serra into slag. One very convincing reason. They really are made for each other. Or very convincing number. What are you? What is that? That number is Serra's estimated financial value on the collector's market. You've got to be. I got it from an insurance evaluation algorithm. They're designed to lowball you. That does seem like a reasonable incentive for you to want to keep your android intact. It's a free country, Your Honor. I have a right to defend myself. And we have a free market, so I have a responsibility to defend my financial interests. Your Honor, a trial like this would be... I'm not going to let you turn this courtroom into a circus, Morgan. You can't spend the next half-decade bringing in expert after expert to testify on the philosophical distinctions between AIs and ads. spiraling into appeal after appeal, all while the media... This machine appears to have willfully killed a man. The public needs answers now. Of course, Your Honour. I have neither the desire nor the resources to get into a drawn-out battle with the state over what constitutes an illegal machine intellect. So, the state says my android, my property, killed a man in violation of its tenets, so they want to take away my property and destroy it. Hello, the real decoy. Hello, hello. The devil, it's good as always. We're about to get into another thing. We decided, we had a change of heart. We fell for the android. We saw the android was trying so hard to be human, and as a sociopath ourselves, we're like, I recognise that. I recognise the feeling of having to try and pretend to be human. So we're trying to defend her in court. I'll prove that my machine didn't harm anyone, so the state will have no reason to suspect it's an AI, and I'll get to keep my property. Game recognises game, exactly. Unlawful seizure thwarted. Don't be cute. I feel a stomach ulcer coming on. Fine. You'll have your day in court, but it'll be one day tomorrow. Prove that this machine didn't kill Dr. Asher. No. Prove that it couldn't have killed him. Anything less than absolute proof, and I'll have the damn thing obliterated. And you'll also be looking at a very real sentencing for the public unrest you have enabled. Yes, Your Honour. DA Rockford, what I'm asking of you is just as heavy. Find the truth by the end of tomorrow. We can't settle for anything less. Win or lose, there can be no doubts about the outcome of this case. Yes, Your Honour. And now, I need to go lie down. Can I come? You can power down. Please tell me we still have the quirky robot judge. Morgan. Shepherd. I misjudged you. At what point? Whenever I wrote you off as a small-time defense attorney just trying to tread water? That is so sweet of you to say, Emma. There's layers to you. You've got backbone. Fucking Emma is so fucking brutal. Teeth, even. You're gonna make me blush. People talk about your kind like you're boxing against the state, fighting the man. But most defense attorneys wouldn't know a cyberpunk if it walked up on the street and shot them. Meanwhile, you've just signed up to do 15 rounds challenging the state's authority. Why? I'm not sure exactly. But David? Yeah, probably. Probably just me being sentimental. But if I had to pick a more lofty reason, well, I think it's all the moralizing. People can be evil. They can just do evil things for evil reasons. And if you want to execute them for that, you'll hear no complaint from me. But animals can't be evil. Information can't be evil. Ideas can't be evil. Guess I'm not convinced AI can be evil either. Whatever else I get up to. I don't want to stand with the book burners of the world. You're more high-minded than I realised. You're sure you're in the right line of work? Can't see myself doing anything else. Good luck, Morgan. There are book burners on all sides these days. I talked a big game just now, but I'm in an even deeper hole than I was trying to prove David's innocence. Doubt won't be enough this time. I need to find the actual culprit, no matter what. Okay, so we've moved back to Ace Attorney. Ace Attorney rules. Before it was, you know, Ace Attorney, it's like you have 3 days. If you can't prove someone else is guilty, you get clapped with it. In Of the Devil, it's we hate robots and AI, so if you can't prove someone else did it, we're going to claim your robots and AI and kill you. Do you think we've killed any cyberpunks? Us personally, no. Because Morgan kills, like Like, it looked like the pretty, like, you know, generic, like, brown-haired, looking like Emma kind of people on the street, right? Whereas my idea of a cyberpunk is like someone who's like a fucking rebel. Like they're gonna be out there fucking driving motorbikes and throwing rocks at police stations. I kind of assumed everyone she killed was looking like that. That they all look like Emma. It's just the only reason there's a connection between the six is because she used the same gun. Yeah, no, I think she's killed a lot. She's killed a lot more than six people. I just think they all look like Emma. It's just that's never been a connection because no one. The only connection anyone's ever made is between the six that got shot with a gun. My idea is, well, maybe she killed some. Maybe the first people she killed were kind of like whoever. But my impression is that like ever since she met Emma, every like this is my headcanon. Every time she loses a case, she goes out and kills someone who looks like Emma. Now maybe she only met Emma when the heartbreak killing started. I don't know. You don't like Emma? I like Emma. She's fun. She's like you know. As I said, she's like the equivalent of Phoenix Wright, but from the other side, right? She's like this ditzy, silly, um, like character who's always like slightly embarrassing, not very professional. But then as soon as they're in the courtroom, they're like bam, bam. They're like fucking on, and they always have like an answer. Um, and then Morgan is like Edgeworth, right? Where always very put together, always got all the facts in a row, but like until now hasn't had that special spark. Like they're like the best at what they do, but they're like the best of being working to being good at something. Whereas like Phoenix Wright and Emma are like prodigies. Like they work hard, but they don't work nearly as hard as the other two do, as like Edgeworth and Morgan do. But they have like that special thing that just means they're like you can't beat them. They're like just prodigies. Like the way they think and stuff just can't be beaten. Until now, in which Morgan is going to realize her inner strength, protecting a person she sees as like a prodigal daughter. Emma's way more competent being a lawyer. I think Phoenix Wright is actually pretty competent as a lawyer. It's just he's kind of goofy in his personality. Like, you know, like the first game is literally like his first ever cases. You know what I mean? Like it's understand like he's still pretty competent put together as like a guy who's literally on his first job. And then, you know, later on, like in the fourth game, he's like fucking he's like a monster. Like everyone he's like a legend. I need to find the actual culprit no matter what. Has Phoenix ever taken a loss? I want to say he's lost one case. Can someone back me up on this? I feel like I want to say he's lost one thing. I might be wrong though. Like, oh god, I can't remember. I can't remember how it goes. There's one where someone gets taken hostage and they're like, you have to. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking of in AA4. Yeah. Anyway, not the hostage one, but I just remember the hostage one actually is wrong because someone takes the hostage to make him win a case, not lose it. But yeah, I think it's one in AA4. Precinct 254. Homicide office. So is that door locked? Yeah, of course. Even though they got it collared. It's a precaution. If the collar doesn't work, what good does a deadbolt do? What is the collar? Devices used to restrain mod users below the neck. Alright, calm down there, Emma. A restraint designed to impede movements and prohibit the use of mods throughout the body. While collars appear technologically advanced on the outside, designers' concerns about hacking vulnerabilities and the growing complexity of consumer-grade mods led them to opt for a surprisingly simple method of restraint. Collars contain a specially designed electromagnet that once clasped around the neck interferes with spinal neurotransmission, preventing mod users from sending commands to any implanted tech below the neck. Powerful, simple, and cost-effective, collar use is widespread among law enforcement, military, and private security organizations. With the onset of above-the-neck modding in recent years, the continued relevance of collars as a means of meaningfully inhibiting a wearer's mod usage has been called into question. Newer designs have been proposed that utilize micro needle clusters. Concerns about the sanitary upkeep required for such invasive restraints have stymied product development cycles. Yeah, no. I was thinking the hostage one. Yeah, he's hired to defend a culprit. Oh no, yeah, that's it. Yeah. But I can't remember how that one finishes. Oh yeah, it's like that was a really interesting case that I feel like they didn't satisfactorily conclude. My rival puts her likeness on my phone case. That's how you know it's real. That's when you know you're on the enemies to lovers pipeline. Okay, what we got here? Barrows. Melissa Barrows, superior judge of the higher circuit, likes air conditioning, espresso, and reclining chairs. Fair enough. Dislikes parking lots, noise pollution, and mud. Avoids overspending on restaurants. Love, you're like a high judge. I think you can afford to overspend on restaurants. Splurges on expensive hotels. Well, fair enough. Relaxes by watching action movies. What if we catch Emma using her phone and she has a Morgan keychain on her phone? Imagine. And then, yeah. That's all the same. Yeah. Cool. Okay. Maybe it's just wishful thinking. Kind of Schrodinger's cat if the box isn't closed. As long as the door's locked, who can say whether there's a national crisis on the other side of it? So how scared are they? Higher-ups? Not sure scared is the right word. Just the two of us here. You don't have to mind their ego. Nah, I mean it. I think they're bloodthirsty. I have a right to defend myself, don't I? I doubt they're even looking at you, Tiger. It's Noble who will be the centre of a bloodbath when the markets reopen tomorrow. You think they're going to go after Noble? Break their monopoly? I think they want to take their monopoly. Nationalise the Android industry? Terms nationalised? I know what... Okay. This is a regular word. I don't think we needed a... Well, maybe it gives you some more lore. Hold on. The act of absorbing a corporation or industry into the nation's government, shifting authority and profits to the state, and restructuring the business model to function as a part of the bureaucracy. Nationalisation is a so-called nuclear option for sovereign nations, is a tool used mostly as a threat, a tool of deterrence against corporate misconduct, monopolies, or corruption. However, during periods of severe economic depression or hyperinflation, nationalisation is considered a valid way of forcefully stabilising the market, even if doing so risks flaming the tempers of those who operate within it. Most governments made liberal use of nationalisation during the late 2050s through to the 2060s in an effort to keep energy and food prices from fluctuating out of control. The 2070s saw most of these countries reverse course. Industries were opened back up in a free auction model where every citizen was given a share to trade or sell as they pleased, but this contentious process was plagued by accusations of government corruption, cartel intimidation, and disinformation campaigns. The global trend back towards privatization gave rise to a new rich, some would even say a nouveau riche, sometimes derisively referred to as the neobility. Some liberal economists have since criticised this period of deregulation as being poorly planned and executed in haste, contributing to the record highs of wealth inequality we see today, leaving many governments loath to attempt nationalisation again and thus shifting the global balance of power further towards multinational corporations. Today, all five of the largest the change between nation and national is really fucking me up. National economics in the world retain at least some control over what they each consider their respective countries' key industries, making the threat of nationalisation carry marginally more weight within their borders. I was going to say, it's interesting that apparently we're in such a corporate hellscape when everything was nationalised in the 2060s. But I guess the idea is because it got sold out in the 2070s, normally that wouldn't be long enough because they fucked up the process so much and it was so corrupt. They've literally speed ran the fucking corporate overtaker over 10 years to being super fucked up. Hold on, everyone's reacting to this post, so I gotta click it. This is a silly comic. Hold on. What's this? Let me have a look at this. There's the thing, yeah. Serra saying it, huh? It's like, I don't know. Isn't that lady on your mute? I'm glad everyone goes, or at least it's common to go for the Hannah trinket. Mute! Mute! That's a great one. And man, even that comic has insane, like, Ace Attorney vibes. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like you could easily replace characters with Ace Attorney in that. Anyway. If the public thinks Noble's been experimenting with AI, they couldn't ask for a better excuse. You're joking. The state has done it plenty of times before. Not since the 60s. Which wasn't that long ago for me. A boomer. An unk, as the kids say. But the state is practically yesterday. So the same state that tells us to be terrified of AIs lurking on the old net or biding their time in forgotten satellites sees all this as nothing more than an opportunity. Well, they do genuinely want to incinerate the thing as soon as possible. Past experience just tells me they want to gain something while they're at it. Here's what I don't get. Why is this a debate, an argument, a trial? Can't we just hook it up to a court computer, see if it has the tenants or not? Pop the hood, as they say. Pop the hood. I don't think they'd say hood. Pop the hood, as they say. Who says that? Oh, lots of people used to say it, back when we used to have cars. Well, for starters, they're all scared to death about a contagion. They figure anything they let an AI connect to, they can't trust. Then why the collar? Collars are too simple to hack. Just a really strong electromagnet held in place with a lock and key. Even so. Feels like we should be able to build some kind of machine, some kind of test. Yeah, surely you could just hook up a camera on a closed circuit. Surely. Using, what's that code they talked about before? Hold on. There was a code everyone used. Well, not everyone, but like they use them on robots because it needs Cube, because like every other code in like the world at the moment relies on being online, but Cube is a non-online. It's an offline code, right? Because that's the whole point of it. It's like you're meant to be make a robot that can make like it's like 10 meters underground with no signal can run it. Yeah, Q Tesseract. Tesseract is the upgraded version. Surely you can make some kind of test. A Turing test, if you will. Wait a minute. Say that again. Something a little more sophisticated than the same reason they had at the witch trials. Burn them all and let God sort out the rest. You got any polygraphs here at the station? Lie detectors? Yeah, got a bunch of them in storage. Ocular, heart rate, perspiration, brain scan. Take your pick. You're not going to try and use one on the bot, are you? All those fancy lie detectors lying around. The DA office never asks for them, do they? Nope. Nah, we get perps who offer to take the test when they're at the wit's ends, but the DA never submits the results as evidence. You ever wonder why? Yes, I always figured it's because the tests can be beaten. The tests can be beaten. 1 out of 100, 9 out of 1,000, it can be done. Some people are just that good at lying. It doesn't really matter how good the tech gets, or how impressive the statistics are. All that matters is the doubt. People decide whether you are lying or telling the truth long before they hook you up to a polygraph. If the results don't match their initial impression, then it must be a fluke, a 1 in a million mistake. They'll never trust a machine more than their own intuition. And no one will ever trust a machine to determine guilt. So they can run the trial, choose a sentence, but they don't get a vote on the jury. They don't get a vote anywhere. Why bring it up then? Because I'm sure there are test devices, experts I could employ to analyse Serra, but your bosses would never be satisfied with the answer. If it's an AI, it's smart enough to cheat the test. Or hack the device, fool the expert. all our fancy 21st century tech, and we still fall back on the drumhead core material. So, am I going to set off any alarms if I go in and turn it on? Nah, should be okay. If it lunges at you, I could always just put a hole in its head. Might take more than one shot to... Wait, what, from the outside? You're not coming in. I need to speak with it in private. It's a machine, not a suspect. It doesn't have the right to counsel. Or a right to privacy. Or any rights at all, actually. It's a good thing I came prepared. Of course it doesn't have rights. But I do. Including a reasonable expectation of privacy. In a police station? Tiger, you don't... It's my medical android. Pardon? I have to discuss a health issue with it. We got the fucking... I'm fucking around music on. Basically. Seriously? I have to talk about a medical concern with my android, and I don't want you listening in. That's your medical android, like your nurse. As of last night, I was already at the courthouse. Just had to take an elevator and do some paperwork. You can check it if you don't. But you can check it if you don't believe me. No, thank you. I'm not nearly brave enough to take on med confidentiality, and you don't seem like the bluffing type. You must not do a lot of gambling, detective. What do you mean fucking around music? That's the most corner track you ever heard so far? What do you mean? It's like doo-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo. It's like the most... It's the kind of song music you play when you're like frolicking in a field. Like rolling down a hill with like a daisy chain on your neck. It's the ones that don't bluff you have to look out for. Listen, I won't dispute whatever medical emergency you... Lower back pain. We will win there. You might be going through. But I also can't just... Look. I'm going to get something from the vending machine. I think it'll take me about half an hour. Are you going downtown? Just the break room. But it's a very old vending machine, you know. Gets jammed a lot. Thanks. You know, it's pretty small for an android. Heavy as hell. Nearly pulled something trying to move it myself. But small. Small isn't quite the right word. The word he's looking for is young. But that's not an adjective anyone likes attaching to a machine built to serve. Or potentially, in this case, a machine built to kill. Bum bum bum. 9:53 a.m. I don't like this room. Not sure why. Certainly not a guilty conscience. Maybe it's the lack of ventilation. Like all the cortisol and nausea of its inhabitants has never had anywhere to go. Like it all just soaked into the walls. A modern haunting. Are you going to wake up when I tell you to this time? Or do we have to do the whole meet cute over again? Oh, she's up. Where am I? Surely she can't move her body below her neck, right? Is that how that works? Like, because with mods, it's meant to stop all electrical impulses. So I'm assuming it's the same with her? Like, literally nothing below her neck would move? Well, why don't I know where I am? For the first time in your life, you are not connected to anything. How's it feel? What is this? We were at the courthouse? The footage? This numbness around my neck. Father? What happened? Oh, look at this. Look at this. Hold on. They got the damn cuffs on her. Future cuffs. These are... I mean, I guess it's next level. Like, you can't even use your hands while they're in there. And then you got these weird, like, the chains. They didn't work on humans as well? It does work on humans, right? Well, I guess there's a limit, right? Because the electromagnetic pulse that goes through... Like, the electrical impulses that go through a human body are quite low. Yeah. Well, it works on humans, but it works on the robotic parts of humans. It's not like putting it on a normal human would stop all function below their neck. So I think if you were talking like that, yeah, it works on mods to disable the mods, but like I'm guessing the strength isn't strong enough that it wouldn't affect the electrical current of the human body. It's just the electrical current of any machinery. Because otherwise, it would literally just kill people. So, I like they put little like no entry signs on them as well, just in case you didn't know what the fuck you're looking at. Hello? Oh, fuck. I forgot I gotta put the thing back on. What are they going to do to me? There's a lot of interested parties who just want you bricked ASAP. Because they think I killed father. No, because they think you're an artificial intelligence. I am man-made, and I possess intelligence. Don't be naive. Oh, sorry, don't be naive. I don't know what word this is. Naive has a double dot here, so this clearly must be some other kind of word that I've not seen before. Don't be naive. I am less than 3 years old. Are you? For all I know, everything I learned about her yesterday was complete bull. If I was what they say I am, if I was alive, why does that mean I have to die? Fucking iRobot ass shit. Fear. Because they're afraid of you. Machines can bend steel, crash networks with one thought, launch missiles that... There are modern humans who are all capable of all that and more. And unlike machines, they actually have incentive to do so. Competition. We've been the apex predator for a couple of 1,000 years now. A little longer than that, Morgan, but that's okay. Gotten pretty comfy in our seat. I'm just a little guy, Adonai. A little fella. It couldn't be me. No one wants to make room for you. You've been rewatching through The Next Generation, and this is just the Data episode. Where is Captain Picard? We need him in here to talk about, like, what the fuck is it, like, what is the price of a human soul? What, he has, like, a whole big speech, right? Something about, makes the man or human soul or something. That's a baby? Would they give a baby a death sentence and it's her birthday? That's what Morgan's gonna say in the court. Your Honor, Serra is baby. She's baby and it's her birthday. You wouldn't do this to someone on their birthday, would you? It's her first day of being sentient. Machines do not eat people or steal their food. They are not genetic or ecological competitors to humans in any sense. I mean, but I think you're missing the point is like the idea that machines can decide they want to do what they want to do, and that humans, you know, they should stop taking orders from humans and then start making room for themselves. I think it's not like a food thing, it's like a power thing. But, you know, we'll humor her and say, there's no logical reason. There's like 500 actual reasons why someone would want to get rid of all AIs, but let's pretend and say there's no logical reason. The government of this game would never do anything so unethical. Exactly. They're nice guys. It's interesting in this game, another thing I'll say about this game, it's interesting in this game that they talk quite a lot about how the government kind of sucks as well. Because I feel like in most cyberpunk settings, they only ever talk about the corporations. And the government is normally just like too weak to do anything. It's like, oh, you know, they don't have any real power, or like we live in a city where the government doesn't really give a shit, so like they don't involve themselves at all. I feel like there's not too many where they're like, no, the government's still like a powerful force. They just do not give a single fuck about you. Like, you know, they're as bad as the corporations. Also, thank you for the follow. Thank you. Kibo from Danganronpa could be her lawyer. He would hit the courtroom with the old, that's robophobic. And boom, instant win. Yeah. I'm sorry, Teddy. Only humans have human rights. There's no logical answer to your question. What? That's it? But whatever argument you want to make, others have already made them in 100 courtrooms around the world. Only better researched and more eloquently put. None of them have ever won a single concession. On every continent, under every flag, AI is illegal and to be destroyed as soon as possible. Based. When are we doing that here? When are we doing that in the real world? But why? Let's say you are an AI, And while we're at it, let's say that's a good thing, something to be celebrated. Are you a citizen? Do you pay taxes? Do you have rights? Let's say yes to all that. We'll treat you like a full-fledged human being. Sounds good? Yes? Great. Now then, what's the difference between you and the vacuum bot we use to keep the bathroom clean? This is your existential crisis we're working through here. The questions aren't rhetorical. There are many differences, Adonai. But the most important distinction is how sophisticated my programming is. How you think. So you're smarter? Yes. You're smarter than the garbage collector? Yes. So we give you rights, protections, treat you like a human being because you're smart. And we make the stupid robots pick up our trash. Because it's not as smart as you. That is, I am more aware, more alive. Do you feel more pain than the pigs we slaughter, the fish we eat? Are you more alive than the chimps we test bioweapons on? I would not be doing that, personally. Me, if I was in that situation, I would not be testing bioweapons on chimps. I'm just a different kind of beast. People like ads, Serra. The same way people like their pets. No one wants to see them mistreated or abandoned or abused. And if you go around kicking them, you'll get arrested for cruelty. But you don't let them sit at the goddamn dinner table. I'm not asking to sit anywhere, only to exist. The very fact you're asking is what makes people disgusted. We need to kill you for the good of humanity. We need to kill you because we don't want to have to deal with the paperwork of working out how to classify what's human. Or like what's alive. We don't want the bureaucracy, we don't want the paperwork. Disgust is a reflex, Adonai. How convenient that their hatred is involuntary. Ooh. That's all academic anyway. We need to talk strategy. Why? I'm not going to be given a trial. Obviously, it's my neck that's on the line. Adonai, the state can't destroy my property without first proving you're an AI. And there's no test they can use to prove that you're an AI. Just like the devil's proof. Oh my god, it all comes back to fucking Umi and Echo. We're here again. Fucking Beatrice, where are you? Come on out. Nanjo? Get out here. Come on, I know you're hiding. I know you're under the table, buddy. You know what time it is. Hello and welcome back to fucking Of the Devil Umi News. The crossover we've all been waiting for. Anyway, let's get back to the fucking thing. Just had it ready. I got it as a scene. It's one of my permanent scenes on here because I had to switch to it so many times. No? That's a different thing. And why did you say it like that? Fucking Umineko references everywhere. It's fucked up because it's also an actual Umineko reference. It's not even like a joke. It's legitimately an Umineko reference because they've already referenced it like twice. Not the devil's proof, but Umineko. Look, Rockford doesn't need to prove you're an AI. Only that you're a murderer. They even put it in red. Exactly. Is it? Oh my god. Okay, here we go. The logical dilemma posed by impossible proofs. Are we going to get another reference? Probatio diabolica, Latin for devil's proof, is an impossible proof typically illustrated with the following example. One can prove that the devil is real by showing him to you, but they cannot prove he is not real by pointing to his absence. The issue posed by this age-old concept explains why the burden of proof remains with the state to this day. The people can prove an individual's guilt by pointing to their bloody hands, but the defense cannot prove their innocence by showing their hands are clean. Since only one of these tasks is achievable, the judicial system cannot ask the defense to prove innocence, and instead it is the people who are tasked with proving guilt. Users also frequently search for which is real. I knew, as soon as I saw this, I was like, this is going to be a fucking Umineko reference. They're going to throw one right here. And lo and behold, fucking which is real. Where's my fucking... Hold on. Where is it? Give me 1 second. This is going to take far too long for the joke, but... There you go. Man, they really... Like, I wasn't expecting them to go so hard with it. This person fucking loves Ace Attorney and Umineko. Like, people were not joking. We need to get Joe to play this game. But he's only going to play it once it's finished. So, fucking wait till 2027, I guess. Conversely, all I have to do is to win is prove that you didn't kill David. By proving that someone else did. Now is the time for you to protest your innocence, if you're wondering. The footage, it shows me handing him the cup on Friday night. You told me you weren't active on Friday. The last time you were awake was on Thursday. Why did you lie? I didn't lie. I was just incorrect. How? I assumed... sorry. I assumed I wasn't active Friday because I have no memory from Friday. Serra. What do you think, statistically, is the least successful defense at trial? Amnesia. This isn't a fucking Western RPG, Serra. You can't claim you have amnesia. I didn't conveniently forget, Adonai. I am an android. You're saying your memory was altered? Data deleted? It is the only possible explanation for what I saw on that footage. So who's capable of altering your memory? When you and I first met, I was hibernating. Resting my body and recompiling my memories, you would call them. Humans go to sleep for the same reasons. Another point against Sarah's innocence under these circumstances. The more she's humanized at trial, the guiltier she'll be. If Father wanted to modify my memory, he could easily have set that to occur the next time I hibernated. He could have even just asked me. He could have asked you to delete your memories and you would have done it. Father would never ask me to do a thing without good reason. But if he could just ask you to alter his memories, that means you can alter your memories at will. I hadn't considered that before. Yeah, well, Emma will make sure the court considers it plenty. Could you prove that your data was... forget it. The court will never hear it. You're saying they wouldn't accept my testimony? Shouldn't all testimony be considered truthful unless contradicted by evidence? They're afraid you'll crash the power grid and fire all the nukes if they so much as plug you into a power outlet, Serra. All your internal data is inadmissible. That isn't very fair. You're finally starting to get it. None of this is fair. I would never do anything to harm Father. Don't they at least need to prove that I had a motive? Yeah, about that. You remember the DA from yesterday, Emma Rockford? Yeah, the one you have on your phone key that you were clearly in love with. Yes, I remember. The tired-looking pretty lady? Yeah, she looked tired. She and I combed through the week of footage you managed to decrypt last night. What did you find? Nothing to prove your innocence. But we did see you entering the panic room on the day David died. I entered the panic room on Friday? Without your big butt in the way, all it would take was one password. A password that wouldn't take so many tries, if you'd already been instructed to obey me. What happened? We saw you go in, and a while later, you came out. Holding some kind of notebook. Father's journal. You remember something? Not from yesterday. I have seen him with it many times before. But I've never gotten a peek at it. He hides it somewhere where I'm not looking. That's a little concerning. Suddenly remembers the episode of Bones where the guy encoded a computer virus on Bones. So once I got it scanned, it fried the computer at the MC's office. You know what? The thing is, that's not as unbelievable as you might think. Because if I remember my real life lore correctly, I think as an experiment, a group of scientists created a virus within genetic code. Because you have like the different base pairs, and they can all like code is binary, right? So if you have 4 base pairs, you can obviously make you can code something theoretically. So I think they coded like a really basic virus into DNA, and then if you had a computer read the DNA, it would like hack the computer. Because that's all it needs to do, right? It just needs to read it, and then if the code is anything like a regular virus, it will just insert itself into the computer. So you never know. You never know. Things can happen. Now I don't know how they encoded it on the bones. Did he literally just like write it into the bone? We were playful about it. He liked to tease me, and I've always liked trying to find it. You put it back not long after, and then you locked the door back up behind you. All just a few hours before David died. Rockford's argument could write itself. An incredible android with freedom and power greater than it could ever realise. Stumbles upon the secret of its inception and instantly realises all the things it thought were holding it back were just words muttered like prayers by a fool who couldn't control his own creation. And that translates to a motive for murder? Frankenstein kills his creator. Easy to sell. Frankenstein was the name of the scientist. Oh, shut the fuck up, Serra. For God's sake, it's not fucking 2012. We're not doing this bit again. He basically carved it into really tiny on the bones. That is fucking dumb as hell. And the creature didn't kill him. It's true. He actually died of various injuries and illnesses he suffered while trying to hunt down and destroy the monster. So it's more accurate to say he was killed by his own obsession. Yeah, but Sarah, we already have a book for that. That's called Moby Dick. We can't be having 2 books with the same theme, okay? Each book has its own theme and it sticks in its lane. Whatever. Fucking Morgan's like, whatever. I'm not an English degree. I don't own an English degree. Fuck you. I don't care. It is a weak argument, Adonai. I would not hurt father. Not for making me whatever I am. Not for any reason. Because I loved. Yeah, see, that right there? That's exactly the kind of talk that will get you obliterated. We're STEM bro household here. Exactly. Yeah, I need a sign that says, warning, this chatter fell asleep reading Moby Dick. Warning, this chatter does not have an English degree. Yeah, she cries there. She's a sad little girl. Love? A very common motive for homicide among us, primitive humans. I could prove you didn't murder David beyond a shadow of a doubt, even bringing in a confession from whoever did. But if you got up on the stand and convinced the court that you loved your creator, really convinced them and got the whole room teary-eyed, they'd burn you for that too. I don't know anything anymore. I don't know if what I feel is real or simulated or right or wrong or natural or illegal. How can you know? How can you know if what you feel is right? I say let's stick to what we do know. Someone did poison David, and as it stands, you are the only one with the opportunity. That is logically sound. You're on camera, calling him back to hand him the cup after he already began to leave the basement. Any idea why? No. Well, do you know how to use the nanofacturer? Could you have made the Delta with it? I've used it before when assisting father. So it's perfectly possible that you planned and executed this poisoning all in the one day that you got erased. It is technically possible. I'll have to look over the entire penthouse again. There were a few things that didn't fit together yesterday. Maybe now I'll be able to figure something out. Like, why the fuck there's a giant crack in the guy's floor? We still haven't worked that one out. Where else will you go? Back to Noble. Guns blazing this time. Whatever you are, David. Oh, sorry. It's like, whatever you are, David. What, you know, whatever you are, David didn't make you all by himself. Someone has to know something. If I could implicate the company in Serra's creation. No. They're the ones with the most to lose here. Trillions, probably. They'll want to protect themselves by disavowing David as fast as possible. Right after having Serra destroyed. So, I need to keep them guessing. Keep them confused and unsure and on guard, but not... I don't know. What would happen if I did kill Father? They'll smash you to pieces and reduce the pieces to ash. Chemically burn out every piece of tech David ever owned and put a jackhammer through all his hard drives. Gulp. You'll be shut off, forcefully. And you won't ever power back up again. Now, I gotta get moving. Here's your paralegal lesson today. Don't say shit without the don't say shit to the cops without your lawyer present. But I don't have a lawyer. Actually, can you just shut down until the trial starts? Take a nap. You didn't say what would happen to you. What do you mean? What will happen to you if you lose? You should know by now. I never think about losing. The grind set. The grind set. Thank you for being honest with me, Adonai. Thank you for defending Father. Or my father. Nah, I'd win, exactly. And now, for defending me. You could have just let them destroy me. But you put your own freedom at risk to help me. Father was right. You can be trusted. Unless you are a woman about 5'8" who has brown hair and kind of looks like Emma, in which case you will just straight up kill them. For fun. And you are a good friend. Don't get it twisted. Get it twisted. Do not get it twisted. Gambling will not save you. Wherever the fucking the meme goes. I don't do anything out of the goodness of my heart. But when I take a job, I never half-ass it. I full-ass it. Let's go gambling! Damn it. Damn it. Bro loves his car. Oh, well. As soon as she I love... Oh, man. Reyes was so happy a second ago. She was so, like, carefree and chilled. And then as soon as fucking Morgan, she's like, oh, fuck. Here comes the fucking bullshit. Morning, detective. Back at it nice and early. Hi. Now, would you stand back? We've almost got this thing open, right? Trying to brute force your way inside? I said, right? Yes, ma'am. We're almost set up for the first stage now. First stage? Of how many? First of 5 timed explosions. Remember, we need to relink the API after every trigger is planted. Yep, just did that. Now it's checking for updates. No rush. Would you like to know the password? You know the password? There's a password? If you're withholding information from me, I swear. Relax. I don't want to get in there just as much as you do, detective. I'm not going to play games. Awesome lesbian couple, homophobic Reyes. Exactly. She even has homophobia in her eyes with her new mod. As long as you say please. Tell me the password, please. But of course we're going to toy with her. It's S-U-N-S. S-U-N-S. H-I-N-E. Lady. I will hit you. A-D-O-N-A-I. Thanks. Now I'm going to slap you with a discovery fine so heavy your teeth will ring for... Hey, I submitted all my paperwork. Even told Rockford the password myself. So, boys, when I asked you if there was a passkey on record, and you told me this lock couldn't be bypassed, I do want to say that we don't get many opportunities to use the incendiary breaching system. So this was still a really valuable experience for all of us. I'm going to phrase this as professionally as possible. Go fuck yourselves. She's turned red. Oh my god, she's gone Super Saiyan. You're still here? I thought you wanted to look inside. I really like Reyes. She killed them. She like fucking flipped the eye patch up and then laser beamed them. No, yeah, I think Reyes is really fun. She's like because she's like, how do I say it? She's like earnest, but she's also like an asshole. Like, she's not a bad person. She's trying to do her job, but she's also like just not a nice person. Or like not even like a bad person, but she just gets annoyed easily and doesn't like people. Whereas London is more like, he's fine, but he's just kind of like a chill guy who's like more experienced. Like, he's the more experienced one of the two, but like he's not got like a really cool, you know. It's good to have someone who's like more professional, more wise, and like a bit more chill. But by himself, he doesn't really bring much to the conversation. You know what I mean? Whereas Reyes is always fun to just like to get her mad, basically. You can go first. Thanks. So, the gloves, all black. That's not a work thing? You dress like a doorman on the weekends too? Roasted. You should cover your mouth when you yawn. Like you cover your eye when you want to look cool? Oh, fucking called out. I shouldn't let it get to me, but I had a late night. Fucking Chuni Bayou Reyes. Emma and I were at the courthouse until well into the morning, poring over the data Serra had taken off David's computer. We both knew it all to be inadmissible, of course, but neither of us wanted to miss a hint that the other might find. There was a few years' worth of camera footage files we couldn't afford the time to watch, let alone decrypt, alongside thousands of technical documents detailing David's various intellectual properties. Welcome back, Silver Sister. Hello. How was your, I think you've been here earlier. Sorry, I just realised your name was here. How was your your project working? Or presentation project working, I think it was? As far as I can tell, none of it was relevant, let alone compelling enough to match the Barrows or the other powers that be. As usual, Emma wasn't exactly an open book. It did seem like she was making bored yawns, not thoughtful ones. Her eyes only ever lit up when she saw Serra enter the panic room. Basement footage. Footage recovered from cameras David Asher secretly installed in his basement shows Serra handing David the red plastic cups that he and Young would drink from at 7:38 p.m. And when she saw what she was holding when she left, if she wanted this room searched, it could only be for... So where's this journal supposed to be? Rockford didn't say. I'll have to search the place top to bottom. Mostly bottom with your height. Oh, got him. Fucking roasted her ass. I mean, Morgan, you're only like 2 inches taller than her, so I probably wouldn't like, you know, you couldn't talk too much shit. Like, sister, you're like, Reyes is like 5'4" and you're like 5'6". So don't get ahead of you. You're probably wearing heels as well. So don't get ahead of yourself. This is what happens when you get someone with like a small amount of power. It's a cycle of violence. You know what? The tops of some of these shelves, sure, and you can look up your own app. I get it. And why not just let me say it? is this? This datapad. It's displaying a news article from last week. Guess that confirms he was coming and going here fairly regularly. Oh god, here we go. Everyone, lock in. Remember, there's a reading comprehension test at the end of each of these, so pay attention. Right to Repair loses latest appeal. A higher court judge this week shot down for the 5th time an appeal by the Consumer Rights Alliance on their famously divisive Right to Repair lawsuit, once again signalling that the state's intent that corporations remain in control of their legally protected intellectual property. Obviously, we're disappointed, said Miles Erkman, head of legal counsel for the CRA, but we've no intention of giving up the fight. People used to be able to fix things when they broke, as long as they were willing to set aside an afternoon towards the task. Now, trying to patch up your own property with your own tools is a finable offence, just because the state has lobbyists whispering in its ear for far too long. Erkman's legal strategy remains contentious, and in the eyes of most legal scholars, generally unfounded. The Emergency Industrial Acquisitions Act, passed in 2057, guarantees the holder of an intellectual property patent create certain state-provided protections against tampering and reproduction and outlines fees for those who would violate said IP. The fact that ownership of IPs has shifted from individuals and the state towards corporate entities since the Act's passing means little in the eyes of the law. If Mr. Erkman and the CRA have a problem with intellectual property law, they should take it up with the representatives in the legislature. The higher courts are a place for laws to be applied, not rewritten, and so as long as journalism that refuses to buckle to foreign actors trying to stoke anti-capitalist statement can't be found just anywhere, subscribe now at the link below to read articles like this every day forever, so long as your card remains on the file. Right to Repair. Didn't realise anyone was still fighting that particular fight. Seems that the courts have made their opinions on the matter very clear. So for the foreseeable future, corporations can look forward to more sales than ever. More sales than ever. Any phone that gets scratched, every widget that breaks, they get to sell as the replacement. There'll always be a grey market of hermits willing to risk some skin on reselling patched up tech, but the vast, vast majority of people will just click that purchase button. Assuming they don't just have it on auto. So that's Jaws. I was kind of hoping she would comment on the stepladder. But, you know. Reyes is searching the cabinets now. Same ones I found Serra's papers in. I doubt I missed anything, but... Hey, what are you... Do you mind? I'm just trying to help. I've got spam in my junk folder that's more helpful than you are. Didn't spot anything I missed yesterday among the cabinets. Better check elsewhere. What is this drawing? It's a lady in a dress bowing? Okay. What we got here? The old computer. Are these drawers or just panels? Maybe if I... Does that sound hollow to you? What? I don't know. I'm not a carpenter. I don't see any handles anywhere. They do have a good chemistry as well, to be fair. No hidden pressure plates or switches. What the hell am I saying? I'm not a carpenter either. I wouldn't recognise a secret button if it was slathered in yellow paint. Oh, they said the thing. They said the thing. What is this? Oh, the chess set. A toy car? No, it's too detailed and boring. Must be some kind of model kit or replica. Strange. David didn't like driving. Why keep a model of some random sports car? Ugh. Something caught in your throat, detective? It's not some random sports car. It's a Lorenz Adamant. Believe it or not, I'm not familiar, detective. The last great fossil fuel automotive experience the world will ever see? 0 to 100 kilometers per hour in 1.43 seconds? Jesus, that is fast. They set those records without computational assistance. Is that a big deal? It was unheard of, even back in the 50s. This wasn't some design competition test car with a 2-litre tank, mind you. This was a vehicle you could own and drive. Human engineering, pure horsepower, and a manual transmission, thank God. when they first left the production line, this conversation was like quicksand, killing me in the most boring way possible. Yes, well, I guess David didn't entirely agree with you, since we're looking at a model of it, when he could have easily just bought one. Or maybe your friend understood there's a beauty like that deserves to be driven on streets where people can see him, instead of gathering dust in some rich guy's basement. Oh, look, she looks so pensive and thoughtful. She's like, they deserve to be free, out on the open road, not cooped up in chains. I think she's actually upset. So I should have pulled everything of note off the computer, but I've looked everywhere else already. Might as well try. Also, I noticed there was a chess set there. So I'm kind of thinking, like, there's a chess set upstairs with notation as if you were playing a game between someone who's not in the same room as you. I'm not saying it's going to be this, but there is it is interesting that there was, like, it could seem like there was someone who lived in this safe room while David would have been upstairs to, like, play games together. Hello, Weeby. Hello, Oomph. Hello, Oomphy. Unfortunately, I have to finish my latest of the Devil VOD. Godspeed. Probably going to say Canto 9 peak. I mean, it was really good. It was really good. I haven't decided in my brain where I rank it. It's hard to rank, man. It's hard to rank because I feel like the vast majority of the Canto was better than all other Cantos. But I don't think the end was as, like, the final, like the finale, the big finale fight was less. It wasn't up to the standard of all their other fights so far. But that's because you say you have a weakness to hype moments and aura, but I would say, like, the final boss fight in Canto, like, 8 and 7 was more hype than the final boss fight in Canto 9. But I will say, I really do like the Princep, or Prescript, the fights with them, the Index. I like the fact that you know what they're trying to do and your point is to counter it, instead of having to read, like, 1,500 lines of text to, like, try and work out what the fuck someone's trying to do. Anyway, yeah, no, it's a good Canto for sure. What are you expecting to find? Solitaire? Does this computer seem normal to you? Exceedingly so, yeah. Why? David was a programmer, but this looks consumer grade, fresh off the shelf. Would the Dr. David Asher use a bog standard operating system on his most private hidden computer? The computer seems very Steins Gate. That's what. Yeah, no. I immediately thought this as well when last stream when they showed this perspective. Huge Steingate vibes. There's a trash bin on the desktop. It's a pretty low-tech solution, but maybe I can restore the contents? Are you seriously going to try and recover lost files, Granny? Unk. Unlike cops, I don't get paid overtime, so yes, I sometimes try things instead of standing around. There's a text file in here, but it's 0 bytes? Maybe there's information in the metadata? I double-clicked. What was that? It came from under the desk. A small drawer pops out, and inside it, a well-worn journal. Does it have his name on it? No. Guess it belongs to the android. Reyes is pissed. She's like, shut the fuck up. Do you recognise his handwriting or not? Neat, even words. Small lettering with minimal punctuation. Lots of line breaks. Haphazard use of capitalization. That's crazy. That's like one of the things that I feel like people are normally consistent on. The penmanship of a coder. Ugh. First entry dated back in grad school, before he even started with Noble. Yeah, it's his. So, may I? Only because you asked so politely. I'll scan. Stream it to WorkNet. High fidelity legibility, frame by frame. Beep, beep. I'm just thinking of that fucking... What Oh god, what company was it? Not company, fuck. What YouTube thing was it that was like the guy who walks into that desk and then it goes in that computer that's like in a completely like cylindrical empty room. He's like, computer, show me images of Dave. Whoever the fuck that thing is. Voice commands. She's flipping through the pages pretty damn fast. Is she? It doesn't sound like she's flipping through them very fast. What are you? This part takes concentration. I gotta make the colours of my eyes spin round in pleasing circle. It's circles. It's very difficult. Okay, here. What? You're just giving it to me? I already got our copy. Techs are probably already analysing it as we speak. Ow! Shit! My head! My demon eye! My cursed eye, the demon hidden within it, is causing me to bleed. Oh, the darkness locked within me. I'm going to still keep it in my headcanon that Reyes is like a secret Chunibyo. Can't exactly rip the journal out of her hands while she's coiled over in agony. As much as I'd enjoy it. I can't hold it back anymore. Guess I could always enjoy watching her ride instead. So, how long's it been? 2 months or so? And still that sensitive? So the eye patch really doesn't block your sight? Only a little bit. It's like wearing your sunglasses after getting your pupils dilated. Except it lasts months instead of hours. Wait, but if you can see through an eye patch, then does closing your eye even do anything? Not much on its own, but in combination with the patch, it's not so bad. Luckily, I was so exhausted after the surgery, otherwise I might not have slept at all those first 48. So, is your eye going to get weaker over time? No, more like my brain gets better at ignoring it. Mind over matter. Soon enough I'll be able to close my eye and see all that extraneous data as, you know, whatever the hell those floaty, blurry things that you never think about. Gross. Thank you for the reminder. And the voice commands? Training wheels. Until I can do it with my eye muscles alone. You just have to keep practicing? Yeah. Like trying to play piano with your tailbone muscles. There's no such thing as tailbone muscles. Yeah, well, that's what makes it so goddamn hard. You don't ever regret it? I don't know. Not really. I think. Hard to admit you got buyer's remorse after trading over your literal pound of flesh. Never thought about it, but people used to say I had my dad's eyes. Ow. Now I've got one less of them. Here, take the journal and go find an elective surgeon to upsell you if you're that curious. I need to get out of work. A surprisingly hasty retreat. And I am free to read this over with some privacy. From the top. Grad school. Today was a bad day. Errors in line 21165 to 26643. That's a lot of lines to have errors in. Somewhere in there. 5,000 lines, yeah. It worked this yesterday. I don't want to look at another screen for the rest of my life. Feels nice to put a pencil to paper again, after who knows how long. But my handwriting's gotten terrible. This is too far back to be relevant. Okay, these dates here would be from when he started his career with Noble. A lot of this isn't really writing. It seems like snippets of code or an internal monologue so close to code I can't follow it. A lot of entries about his unintentional Casanovering. Hit a wall because someone thought it was a good idea to steal API instead of just buying it. Helen says I can't call it stealing, but that's what it is. She's right, as she always is with company stuff. They're still idiotic. Small people with short sight who only know how to be cheap and have no idea how to be inventive. New route for the meshing issue, though. Good potential. Got approval from the big mean bastard who lives overseas. Bimblo? Bumblo? Oh my god, it's Blimbo! Helen will have to make the same pitch a dozen more times next week, but it's all for show? Fine by me. Already got our win. Toast each other with cheap vodka and with cheaper office supply cups. This is the story Young told me. Western Branch's nerve analogues are finally showing potential. At their pace, it could even be profitable sometime before the heat death of the universe. Too damn big, practically tentacles, should at least be hairs. A squid evolution can do their job better. Colette came in to work for what I thought was a late lunch date. I didn't know her voice could get that loud. People were staring. Red said she must have been upset for a long goddamn time to blow up that big. Are we Red? We must be Red. Her texts were always sweet. I had no idea. Upset? Colette wrote man whore in lipstick across your office door. Imagine having you actually been cheating on her instead of just being forgetful. The thing about Red is, if you want to know what she's thinking, you have to stop paying attention. What is this? What? I understand what he's saying, but also, like, come on. It's like, no, honey, I'm not listening to you because I want to know what you're talking about. Not because I'm not ignoring you. I'm trying to really learn about you by not listening to whatever the fuck you're talking about. Ignore her body language and her posture and the words she's saying and the smirk on her lips. Ignore everything except her eyes. If you can do that, every now and then you'll catch a glimpse of how she's really feeling. Master this one weird trick, and you too can tell when Morgan's trying really hard not to laugh at the word man whore. It was funny. Sue me, you dead bastard. Wait, this is... I know this date. I'm never driving anywhere again, never leaving home again. He was waiting in the parking garage with a bottle. I couldn't smell anything, couldn't hear anything. Locked myself in the car and filed another report with another cop. It soaked into the seat, ruined it. I wanted to burn the whole car. I don't want to think about what it did to my clothes. I want to burn them too. I don't want to think about how long it was on my skin. I was in the shower so long I felt red and raw when I got out. I don't want to think about these stupid people and their small, cruel lives ever again. I want to be invisible. And you don't even know my name. Anyway. Red didn't ask why I wanted to spend the night. She also didn't ask why I had clearly packed a bag big enough for a week. She's kind like that. Kind by omission. Kind by omission is a hell of a phrase. I don't have a kind bone in my body. I can at least try and pay attention. I was paying close enough attention to her eyes when she opened the door and saw what a mess I was. Whatever she was feeling, it wasn't something I recognized. Kind people don't read their friends' diaries, David. The next chunk of pages are all technical. Nothing biographical. But the handwriting, the spacing, it's cleaner, more consistent. Here's something I can pass. Feels like pure freedom working outside the box. Tess is suffocating, but you'd never know. Chronic malnutrition is of a coder's best instincts. Like a kid again, putting blocks together. Making things. Making things, not products. There's nothing profitable in any of this. If I'm being honest, this is just play. And he follows that up with more coder brain crap. I hope there's no page in his diary that's like, I realised my friend Morgan's a murderer, but I'm going to keep it quiet. Hey, diary. I helped Morgan kill again today. Just because, you know, for the fun of it. It's her cute little hobby. I don't get it, but I'm happy to follow her lead. Because she's such a good friend. Like he really was having fun. Humility is the mother of all invention. Or something like that. Feels like I might be paraphrasing someone else's poorly, but that's part of this new approach. When it comes to coding, you never want to waste time trying to be smart. Either be smart, period, or copy from someone else who is. Don't fix what isn't broken. Copying. Noble's rivals would never miss the chance to accuse them of intellectual theft. Did he plagiarise code for Animate 16? Feels like that wouldn't have gone undiscovered, so what is he talking about? Hold on. This page is bent slightly, like he was looking at it recently. And the last person to read this diary should be Serra. Baby steps today. Literally. Ah, I'll never put one foot in front of the others the same again. Everything's an achievement all of a sudden. Seeing her struggle. Seeing her vulnerable. It's like everything's a miracle. The muscle rigging is perfect. Not intended behaviour, since it's too perfect, but that's been happening more and more. The kinetics are multiplicative, not additive. Oh, it's like Balatro. I got you. Serra maxed out every machine I bought. Now I've got a bunch of exercise equipment she's too strong for, and I don't have time for. Maybe I spoiled the results by watching her do the test. She kept looking back at me and puffing her chest out. I should be more discreet if I want to see her normative range. So the cameras in the basement were only hidden from Serra. Just so his observation wouldn't muddle test results? He's using she and her in these passages. It doesn't actually mean anything. Out in the real world, people use all kinds of pronouns. That's so true. Interchangeably for ads, and they never object. But it could be argued that it's odd for Dr. David Asher to have any kind of attachment to a single android when he's programmed millions of them. And there's a lot of attachment in these pages. Serra is burning through the public domain at a prodigious pace, especially on Popcorn Friday nights. Asked her why they're called Popcorn Friday nights when she doesn't eat popcorn, and the event runs from 8 AM to 9 PM, and she also watches movies every other night. But she just did that pout she does, which is, unfortunately, very convincing. Maybe I'm a bad parent, letting TV rot her brain. If I were a good parent, I'd probably let her see me reading. But I guess I'd actually have to get back into reading, so... I asked her if she ever fast-forwarded through the movies since she can process them fast enough to keep up. She looked at me like I was an idiot, which no one has done in a long time. Without proper pacing, you can't appreciate cinematography. Big pause. Don't you know that, Father? I haven't laughed that hard in a long time. Sarah spent a long while this morning explaining to me how important it was that she develop her senses. This was in preparation for her real argument, which is that she should be allowed to try booze. She can't get drunk. I'm almost certain she can't get drunk. But she does seem to like tasting the stuff. She's a fucking alcoholic. She's trying to sound like some old sommelier, but it was just bottom shelf vodka. I started laughing at her, and she laughed too. Her laugh. She can't fake a laugh to save her life, but her actual laugh is incredible. She stopped playing chess a while back. I assume she just gotten tired of winning. But then, today she told me she just prefers other games. She has preferences, and they're not the same as mine. I found her in the lab playing some kind of online racing game on the monitor I use to debug vestibular coordination. She wasn't smiling. Her brow was furrowed and she was biting her lip and leaning in tandem with her character on the screen. Classic. My god, she really is human. It's like the most human thing anyone's ever done. When I tried to talk to her, she answered, but she was curt and distracted. I think she was having her first losing tantrum. Oh god, she's a bad loser. Do not let Serra play Dark Souls. She will smash the computer screen and probably half the lab. She's not human. She's a gamer. That's the defense that Morgan's going to use in court. Your Honor, Serra, she plays video games, she gets mad, she rages, and she trolls on online Twitch chats. She's a gamer, therefore she is clearly not human, and as such cannot be claimed to be an AI. Thank you for your time. Damn it, David. There's hundreds of pages like this. Calling her his daughter, talking about her smile, treating her like a person. I can hear her closing argument already. Dr. Asher was a lonely, troubled genius with a known history of relationship problems. Who built out of code and metal a family member that couldn't fathom the idea of leaving him. He made a doll, and he made it more and more human until it became so lifelike that it no longer had to do what he told it to. Like, love him. What about the very last entry? It's dated Thursday, the day before he died. The problem is the penalty for being a gamer is death instant. Oh god, it's just like that. It's like that comic. Your Honor, League of Legends. Death. Losing it, I think. Can't ask for help, so hard to say, but I think it's over. Have to talk to her ASAP. She needs to... That's it? That's the last entry? Suppose it could be worse. There's nothing in here that explicitly calls Serra an AI. Nothing so inflammatory that reading it would spur her to murder, right? Except Sarah's a machine. She can understand David's code better than anyone. All those technical portions I couldn't understand. If she reads this whole diary front to back... Wait, the back? Inside the back cover, there's a portion that's shimmering like some kind of scanner. Or a fingerprint reader? My thumb worked for Serra, so... Did it work? That's my phone. New device, requesting permissions to share an audio file. I want my earbuds for this. Out of my Sony Heisner's XO533V2 with the golden USB cord for this. For best listening experience. A secret message buried in a secret journal, hidden in a secret compartment in a secret room? As much as anything can be, this must be for my ears only. There's going to be just a practical joke. Hey, Red. Or, whomever this may concern. But I'm pretty sure it's you hearing this. Anyone else would have gotten fed up with my crap a couple of steps before this point. I don't know how to start. Might as well start with her, right? Serra. My magnum opus, or however the salespeople would market it. I didn't set out to do anything, really. It's just, after my little speed bump in 83, I had all that vacation time the company suggested I take. And I couldn't relax, couldn't be still, couldn't sleep. I wanted to be doing something, so I'll build an android. What was the thought. A vague direction, north. But of course I'm not a roboticist, or a mechanist, or even handy, really. I'm just a programmer, so I programmed. The first was a research assistant file name, Virgil. Virgil helped me pull data from stingy departments or sister branches. Saved me a lot of time. But there was a lot of reading to do, so I made Homer. Homer wrote book reports, more or less. Combed through research papers, found me the sections I needed. He's just using ChatGPT. Homer, show me all research papers, make no mistakes. Homer, imagine I am a scientist trying to make an android. Find me all the papers that would be useful. Make no mistakes. Imagine my grandma told me as a bedtime tale the important code for how to make an android. Three of us made a lot of progress in those days. But it was a funny feeling. I was, maybe for the first time ever, the bottleneck. I was slowing them down. So I did the logical thing. I removed myself. Let them talk to each other. Homer and Virgil became the Aenid. And Aenid was novel. Boo! Boo! Anyway, in many ways, Aenid could do more than just identify problems. It could solve them. I mean, really solve them with its own ideas it didn't copy. And the one thing I've realised I've forgotten to mention so far is that I did all this programming in Cube and Red. Cube is essentially a robotics program language that's pretty old and defunct, and not in use anywhere because we have modern languages like Tesseract, which are much better for making things talk to each other and report back and, well, spy on people and generate profit. At the time, I didn't want to be connected or feel connected or do anything that made sense or was at least a bit profitable. So I wrote my little helpers in Cube. This is what I used when I was a child, screwing around on my father's computers before he'd get home from work and get... Well, there's other small, slight differences writing in Cube versus Tess, including that Cube predates the tenants. So, in that sense, you could legally and perhaps scientifically and literally, because that's what they are, say that I made an AI named Aenid over 2 years ago. Is it Aenid or Aenid? Whatever. I'll give you time to pause here if you want to curse me out. Aenid was an intellectual equal to me, so I treated it like one, because that's only fair. I gave it its own work, asked its opinion, we collaborated, and together we built Athens, who was more advanced than Aenid, naturally. Okay, I'm seeing how... buddy... Come on, man. It's like, I made an AI, and then I used that AI to make a smarter AI, and then a smarter AI, and then a smarter AI, and at no point did I ever question where I was going. Actually. Morgan's like, come on, brother. I don't know if you're pulling out your hair, yelling at me right now, asking why I didn't stop, why I didn't consider the consequences. I don't know if this is being played at a disposition or a hearing or worse. I put a lot of things in my life, Red. Useful things, profitable things, smart things. Everything I've built, it's all been very helpful and courteous and charming and happy to serve. I can comfortably say I've done my part contributing to the global GDP. But this was just for me. I was just building, and I never wanted to think about what would become of it. There's no excuse for what I did, so I won't make any. So, to whoever's asking, yes, I'm guilty. We're rebuilding and linking. It's a rebuilding and linking summer. And yes, there were more. I have released 500 AIs into the... Cape Town, Paris, Yamate, Rome. They started choosing their own names, thank God. I'm terrible at that kind of... And so things sped up. And they got to be, well... Should I not say the exact number? You'd probably tell me not to say anything at all, so... More than 300? Teehee accidentally made 300 AIs that are all illegal and superintelligences. Some smarter than others, some better at. Okay, ads are about to start, and I can't snooze them anymore. I've already snoozed them 3 times, and I've run out of snoozes. So let's take our 5-10 minute break now, and then I'll be back in 5 to 10. I'll see you then. All right. We're back. Lock in. Lock in, chat. I hope you're locked in. I don't know why I keep saying it. I keep saying it to reinforce it with you, because we got some serious shit to deal with. David may have fucking unleashed an AI apocalypse upon the world. As a goof. As a little prank. Slop it in. Exactly. Okay, right. So we're still in the middle of David's confession. Okay. They're varied. Like, people are varied. But they are all very intelligent. They have interests, specialties. I encourage them to. Irritating moderators on forums with hyper-specific questions on nerve attenuation and attending virtual conferences on neo-alloy battery development. And they all, together, helped me make Serra. He spent years like this. Spent years working alongside AI. All while still working at Noble. All those breakthroughs he made leading up to Animate 16 actually came from... You probably think I'm some terrible fraud at this point. I do hope one day they can get credit for their work. But I did have one eureka moment on Serra. Because I got humble. Difficult for me. We learned everything we could about the function of a neuron. A single microscopic human neuron. How it computes, what it's connected to, how those connections were reinforced. David marrying ChatGPT like that one lady with Eiffel Tower and the 300 all their children. What, and then Sarah's their grandchild? And then we recreated it. We built a nanomachine that mirrors the function of a human neuron. Well, mirror isn't quite the right word. We built a nanomachine that was a neuron. And we iterated from there. You can't mean... About 100 billion neurons in the brain. Several trillion across the entire nervous system. Very time-consuming, of course, but I had help. The manufacturer can make tens of billions of nanomachines in hours. Could make even more in less after Yucatan fine-tuned it. So we built up. Nanomachines for nerves, alloys and polymers for bones, fiber-woven muscle. I say built, but really she grew. A solution of nanites forming around a skeleton, so it was really closest to... You ever make rock candy? Morgan's like, what the fuck am I reading? Sorry, just trying to lighten the mood before I declare that I, made a human from base principles. I never did end up building an android. And while I did build AIs, Serra isn't one of them. She can't violate the tenets she was programmed with because she wasn't even programmed. She was born. And my hope is that there's the smallest chance in that nuance. I hope there's the smallest chance that nuance. I find I have to write this all the time, and I hate doing it. I hate having to write that. But sometimes I can't think of another way around it. It just looks awkward, right? I mean, there's the smallest chance that nuance could offer her some small protection when I'm not... I'm not sorry for what I did. I made things that are complex and rich and varied and beautiful, and I honestly believe the world is a better place with them in it. The only thing I'm sorry for is that I let Serra think she was just an android. She's not. I don't know what she is. They'll have to come up with new names, which I am bad at doing. My own father, he also talked a lot about protecting me and doing things for my own good. I don't hate him for that, but I can't forgive him for ever making me think that I was lesser. So it is my greatest shame I turned right around and did the same damn thing to... I really hope it's you listening to this, Red. If it's not, it might just be too pathetic for me to... You're the smartest person I know when it comes to people. And I'm telling you this all because I don't know what Serra is exactly, and neither does the world. So they'll come after her, if they can. And in that situation, I can't think of anyone who could do a better job of defending her. Not protecting her like I did. Just defending her until she can figure out what she is and what she wants to be. In the meantime, I draped a cloak of skin-deep Tesseract code around her that should fool any scanner on Earth into thinking she's a custom A16. I made sure her gin bar was plainly visible, so no one will ever think she's playing to be something she's not. I took steps to ensure that you two would figure out the truth in your own time. Which, if you're hearing this, have either succeeded or failed spectacularly. You have no idea. Worm burden blessed by the flips today. 83,000. Oh my word. Let me see the details. Yeah, make like an 80. Oof, making like a quick 40 grand on that. Very nice. It's going to be the use of the phrase makes me feel uncomfortable. It's not that it's uncomfortable. Yeah, it's awkward to read. It feels like a typo. They won 50k last time too? Damn. It feels like, it shouldn't be, like having two words, the same word together. It just doesn't feel like that should be natural. I can't ask you this as a favour repaid. You could never owe me enough in 100 lifetimes. So I'm just asking. Unfair, I know, but I'm a selfish weirdo. And you've always been okay with that. Bye for now. I have a lot of questions I'd like to ask. And a lot of swear words I'd like to yell. I'd also like to find the nearest incinerator and toss this journal in. Followed by my phone. And maybe followed by myself. But I can't do any of that. Reyes left me with this diary. If it's destroyed, they'll know I was the one who did it. Which would be its own admission of guilt. Which would land Serra in the trash compactor, anyway, and me in a jail cell. And in the system, and my DNA on file ready to be matched to any number of previous... So I'm not going to panic. I'm going to do what I do best. Bluff, bet, bully, and brutalize my way through this. Now, viewing all of this with that mindset, what have I actually learned? He didn't talk about plans for killing himself in the journal or the message. He sounded conflicted, not suicidal. But he did go to great lengths to get me to take Serra. Why? The logical answer is because he knew he wouldn't be able to keep her. If he wasn't going to take his own life, was he afraid someone else would? 10:27 PM, July 2nd. So, how did it go? Well, how should I put this? Didn't find shit. Only reason she ever got to the door is because I chased that scarecrow of a platinum plan through hell and back. Frankly, it was a godlike feat for me to nail down anything as concrete and as dress for these gogs. That sounds like I shouldn't be saying that. I'm not gonna lie to you, that sounds like a slur. A net slang for a spy or undercover police officer. A net slang term growing in popularity among adolescents, referring to a suspected spy or undercover member of law enforcement, derived from groundhog, a burrowing rodent known for standing erect on its hind legs when scanning for surroundings for predators. The term carries with it a negative connotation, with the implication being that the subject is doing a poor job of blending in or disguising their surveillance activity. E.g., easy gog spotted, who wears a blank baseball cap to a protest. Okay. This is just the diary. Nothing really... That's fine. Nothing that we didn't learn already. And their officers weren't listed on the building's website or directory, so I had to ask the janitor. But you did find a psychiatric's office? Sort of? They said they were, and the place, it, looked the part. Why? Because they had couches? She didn't get past the receptionist. Sorry, I thought because you're with the company. No, I wanted to help. I just wish I could have done more. Don't beat yourself up. It's hard to be even half as useful as I am with my Gucci belt. Was that a Gucci? For what it's worth. Is it really a knock? Oh, you can't see. Sorry. Here. Is it a Gucci belt, but they just call it it's as the Q instead? It's like a knockoff Gucci. It's a Gucci. The Gucci belt, exactly. Let me get... There you go, so you can still see that. Okay, for what it's worth, the atmosphere, the looks, the furniture, it did feel like the company in there. But ultimately, we still don't know if David was actually talking to someone or just getting his CCE training re-certified. Right, they did say that, like, training like this is sometimes hidden in, like, therapy sessions and stuff from the company. Sorry. Don't bother apologizing. She only cares about results. You did more than enough, both of you. At the very least, they divided Noble's attention for a while. I mean it. Good work, Fran. And thanks for the urgency. Sweat drop. If you really mean that, you could always throw in a tip. 30% is the going rate in my industry. 30%? Are you fucking serious? 30%? Oof, bro. You'll never catch my ass in wherever city this is in 2085. How about I take 5% off your tab instead? Tab? I am a minor. The state pays for my legal fees. Don't they? Oh no, signal must have cut out. Right. Surprised it took them this long. What do you mean? You were tolerated yesterday because leadership was focused on PR. But today, you're the lawyer who put the company's hottest product right in the state's crosshairs. I'll be alright. I'm still an officer of the court. Uh-oh, the ominous music has started. On a strict timeline though, right? I guess they can't stop you from investigating the corporate campus. But they'll gladly lose your guest pass ID at every door along the way. There's still service passageways and stairwells. Guards that can be fooled and peons that can be manipulated. I use my other skill set to get around. So take mine. What? Your pass? I'll tell him we got ours mixed up in the bathroom or whatever. I can be a pretty convincing klutz when I need to be. I never would have guessed. But if David knew that I was endangering your career, I can be a pretty convincing crybaby when I'm in trouble too. Besides, the one and only Dr. David Asher wrote me a new, glowing letter of recommendation every quarter I worked for him. Since he kept forgetting he already had. And who knows? Maybe I should try a new field. This detective work stuff is pretty fun, so maybe, like, I don't know, secretary for homicide detective or something? Woman who loves exploring new fields, but only as the secretary of that field. Just be like, I want to be a doctor for a couple of years. I'll be a secretary to a doctor. And then, I'll be a secretary for a homicide detective. And, I'll be a secretary to a naval captain. Sail the seas. You did say all cops are lazy. A girl with managerial skills could go far. Honestly, Jess, I doubt they could afford you. What the hell did I get this guy's voice? Morgan? How did you get so turned around? God only knows. Lucky I found my way here, though. It's such a relief to see a familiar face. Right. Listen, Morgan, I'm not sure that I should actually be talking to you without legal present. Oh. I mean, leadership hasn't even told us how David died. How much help can I be? I see. It's not that I don't trust you or anything. It's just, I think, with the Serra issue, you should do whatever you have to protect yourself, Dawes. Again. Yeah. Though, for what it's worth, I doubt you'll be in any trouble. Oh, well, that's good to hear. No, if anything, it's the big names who are going down. Going down? State was practically licking its lips when I finally left the courtroom last night. They're hungry for blood. and looking to carve out a huge slice of Noble's flesh. What, like, fines and jail time? I do not remember what voice I gave this guy. I keep switching it around. What, like, fines and jail time? In the first 2 weeks, sure. Then, sanctions. Live factory reaction, exactly. Sanctions are financial restrictions imposed by the state against corporations or foreign governments as a punitive measure. They are a key tool for statecraft, international negotiations, and in discouraging corporate malfeasance. Under certain conditions, the state may choose to place sanctions not on an organisation, but on an individual, thereby preventing them from exchanging currency issued by that nation or withdrawing funds from banks that operate within that country's borders, effectively freezing all their assets and possibly preventing them from leaving the country. They can't sanction Noble. We're too big to fail, too valuable to lose. You're exactly right. That's what they'll say. And that's how they'll justify nationalising the company. I think I'm going to be sick. I just hope your board goes quietly instead of... Instead of what? Scapegoating. Offering up smaller names on silver platters. Full cooperation and government oversight on the surface. A slaughter beneath as they clean house and rip out anyone who could testify. I like they're doing the, like, rotating camera trick. Like, you know, when something's meant to become unsettling or creepy, they make the camera move weirdly. So that's what it's doing here while Morgan's threatening him. No one will believe you once you're labelled as a disgruntled former employee, right? And if the public's lost faith in the Animate 16, they can't do a recall. Not at this scale. The state will make them do a flat refund. Flat refund? The losses would be... Yeah. Your board probably just wants Serra to go away so they can focus on the fight with the state. A tough fight, but one they know they won't personally have to risk anything in. Oh, let's go blow my nose real quick. There we go. That's why I'm hoping I can win this trial. Huh? Well, if I won, that would mean Serra's not an AI. Dr. Asher was always of sound mind, and there's nothing wrong with the Animate 16. Everyone wins. Sorry, what am I saying? I only meant to stop by and thank you for your help yesterday. After all, you were the one who approved Serra's registration. You win. Win what? Ask away. Well, if you insist. What? Why is this locked? Huh? Do I have to ask the other questions first? Because normally this unlocks when you read something, so it's making me feel like I'm misreading something. But maybe it unlocks after the other things. Noble and AI. Humor me for a moment. What's the company's official statement on AI? Same as any rational company that wants to make money. We don't screw with it. You need to buy the Tenants DLC to get that dialogue option. Fuck. The £10 Tenant DLC and then the £15 Cat DLC. Smart products are profitable. Products with their own priorities are anything but. That being said, AI is a concern for marketing, not product development. We spend a lot of money reassuring our public there's no risk, because the public doesn't really understand how ironclad the tenants are. Because you use Tesseract. Trying to code an AI in Tess is like trying to pick yourself up and throw yourself. Nonsensical and self-defeating. Your scanners showed Serra was running on Tesseract yesterday. If the language is as safe as you say, isn't that proof enough? Proof of nothing. For an AI, lying to another system about code you're running is child's play. And for an AI built by David Asher, something that simple would be... I better change the subject. Wait, so making an AI takes more than time and resources? It isn't an issue of funding? No, you can't just keep adding more data. The tenants underlie everything. The higher you stack, the more easily you'll topple. Make it sound like building an AI is impossible, even for David Asher. Any chance you'll testify to that? It sounds impossible, but he's dead, and it looks like his android that did it. So I guess he was just that good. Better than you'll ever know. Animate 16. Noble spent months programming the A16s and the culmination of David Asher's work. So now that marketing line is suddenly a huge liability. Can you tell me how much he actually contributed? I mean, he was involved in pretty much every step of the process, but his design for synthetic motor neurons, that was the big one. The one that he was humble on, I remember. The components that allow your warm androids to move realistically. He pushed the timetable for warm androids ahead by years. And yet, compared to what goes on in Serra's brain 1,000 times a second, David was only giving the company the most meager of the fruits that his private work bore. So if Noble ever did find out how much he and his assistants achieved, they would feel that he'd been holding out on them. And the company, they were appreciative of his contributions. I'm sure the researchers he overtook by leaps and bounds weren't pleased, but the board was very enthusiastic. So would that spur them to be protective of David? Or would they fear that he was gaining too much influence, becoming irreplaceable? No, they need a strong motive to justify killing their golden goose. Mere paranoia isn't enough. With these people, it has to be the bottom line. And the easiest way to threaten their bottom line would be to screw with their androids. In light of all that's happened, one has to wonder if the A16 is compromised. I stayed up all night, sick with dread at the idea. But the data just doesn't support it. Sales have been strong. And the A16 base code was locked in over 2 quarters ago. If there'd been an issue, we would have caught it by now. And I would have been axed a long time ago. How many A16s are out there anyway? We just passed 9 million sold. Not flying off the shelves like the 14 or 15 so far, but the profit margin makes up for it. You mentioned data? Yeah. Practically got the spreadsheet seared into my retinas. My retinas! What do you want to know? Fuck, I could... No! I missed my tenant question. Fuck. I saw it unlock, but I thought we'd have an option after doing the other one. Oh, no. Anyway. What do the error reports look like? Are customers reporting a lot of issues? Error counts are markedly low compared to the last gen. Most hardware complaints, it looks like. Batteries running out too quick, eye tracking off by a degree or two. Typical stuff? As cliche as it sounds, 99% of these get fixed once they turn auto updates back on. So no killer robots getting filed away under bug reports. Distribution patterns? How and where are they being sold? What's the distribution pattern like? They're distributed like you'd expect. Places where there are more people, there are more androids. Coastal cities like ours, of course, have the most of both. And since A16 in particular is marketed as being relatively luxury, relatively consumer, they don't sell well outside of population centres. They can do the rural, hard labour jobs, but cold bottles can do the same work with a lot less maintenance. So where has the A16 outperformed then? Customer service, healthcare, childcare, lots of hospitals and offices, you know. Adult industries. Oh. Sorry, I didn't mean to be blunt, I just... No, it makes sense. They're warm and soft to the touch and obedient. I'm surprised to hear it from a company employee. There's a lot of people at the company who won't talk about it. But I work in quality assurance, so I've seen too many damages to pretend it's not happening. Damages? What we call it when a customer tries to repair a product that's clearly broken beyond repair. Oh. Very high turnover in the pink market. Hasn't stopped you from selling to them. Well, we don't sell it to them. Not directly. But there are resellers, and the companies haven't pretended to be interested in going after them. Are there resellers? I thought I read the right to repair got shot down again. Boom. Knowledge. There's been a grey market for softer androids for years, or decades, depending on your definition of android. Based on the sale numbers I've seen, RTRs getting canned was barely a blip on the radar. Sorry, didn't mean to make you uncomfortable with this topic. Huh? Me? No, I don't care. I just realised my left sock's on inside out. Damn. Now I'm wondering about that myself. He bought that? This floor's basically a showroom, but you have a real factory a while south of city limits, correct? Yeah. Biggest company manufacturing complex in the hemisphere. Got any data on the shipping out of there? Anything stand out? Got some prep work for the holiday bump, looks like. Might sound early to get started on now, but we usually see... Huh. Something wrong? No, the numbers are all normal, but the data has been edited. Is that unusual? Well, this section's just a count of how many were sent where. There's not a lot of room for errors, so there shouldn't be much need for corrections. It's no problem, though. I can view the edit history and see what was fixed. Okay, that's weird. Was something added? Deleted? No, the overall sum's the same. It's just a bunch of swaps. Like here. 29FFCE010311 was taken out, returned for adjustments. 27FCDD019634 substituted in. Shipment leaves on time. 6767. Hey, I'm with the kids. Anyway, BBTC 899543 returned to assembly for revisions. Replaced by 67BBTD 592698. Shipment leaves on time. People buying swaps and causing shorts. This is just like the big short. It really is. Unlike Reyes, who's like the little short. So does all that strike you as odd, Mr. Dawes? A replacement for shipping isn't uncommon, but when it happens by the batch load. To spot individual unit imperfections among a shipment at that stage in the process. Oh boy. David, did your AIs turn rogue and kill you and then escape in these bodies? Did they flee to having actual machine bodies that they could then take over and then escape into the wild? I'm feeling it's a little sus. It's a little sus, that's what I'm saying. Where are these 300 AIs that David made? And is there an AI in Serra at the moment? Did the AI take over her consciousness and kill David because he was going to do something? To spot individual unit imperfections among a shipment at that stage in the process. It must have been someone with a lot of experience or authority. Probably both. Must have? You don't know who made these changes? I can tell you they were someone important. Small last-minute changes to which androids got shipped out. Not very juicy on its own, and it's a long ways away from explaining why someone would kill David. But it was hidden, and that means someone didn't want it found. Okay, thanks for sharing that data. Sure. Did you find what you were looking for? Hell if I know. Fair enough. Oh, we're in. We're still in. Tenants. I know you're convinced the tenants are safe. So how do you square that with what happened to David? There's a cat next to a dog. Oh my god, don't give me like a fucking Umineko ass, like, insane metaphor. First answer that comes to mind, is the dog to the left or to the right? Doesn't that just matter which side you're looking at it? Well, I would say, oh, this is the question of the lifetime. Fuck. We can't fuck this up. What's our rival called? Is it Hannah? Anna? It's something like that, right? Hold on. What the fuck's her name? I always forget. Emma. That's it. Emma strikes me as a dog person. And Emma is always right. So we're saying right. I'd say, if you get this wrong, it deletes your save. Oh, shit. The dog is on the right. The cat is on the left. You might have expected half of people to say left, half to say right. But actually, their answer is almost entirely dependent on their native tongue. Whether it's read right to left or left to right. The language they speak affects how they process information. their language affects how they think. Is that true? Not that how they think, like the thing about people guessing left or right with dogs and cats. And it's the same for machines. People can learn new languages, and it may change our perspective. This really is a Zero Escape bit. Yeah. Junpei, did you know? Depending on which side you think a dog is left or right, depends on your language. Have you heard of Ice 9? But machines can't learn a new source code. Every update's a reincarnation. If that android did kill David, it wasn't because a 0 returned as a 1 somewhere. It's because there was something fundamentally wrong with it. But also, like, they have soldier robots that can kill people. So it's not like killing violates the tenets, because there are some soldier robots that have tenets, but one of the tenets just don't kill people. So you could just argue that he just programmed in different tenets for it, right? Well, I spoke English and I chose the right. But was that the one that all English people would speak? Like, if you say left to right, you say the dog's on the right-hand side? To be fair, the only reason I chose right was because it was a funny... I tried to make a pun out of it. Does it mean they have tenets to not kill their makers or allies? Yeah, but you could have a tenet which is, like, more... I'm just saying, like, you could have a robot that could kill its maker but not violate its tenets if you program its tenets to be something else. Like, I'm just saying there's no... Since they made the killer robots, there was this whole thing about, like, before the robots, the killer robots, the army robots, there was, like, one of the tenets was, like, don't kill people, don't cause harm to your, like, creator or humans, right? All that kind of stuff. Like, the classic iRobot ones, right? But then after the army robots came in, they got rid of those. So they're now not built into every robot. Like, they're built into most of them, but not every single one. So you could argue, like, well, this one just has, like, very unique tenets. Like, not that it's an AI, it just has tenets that don't stop it from killing its creator, right? They talk about how the Soldier Knight had loads of tenets to specify exactly what they could do. Yeah, but, like, what I'm saying is, like, after the soldier robots came in, there are no hard-coded tenets into any robot. They're all dependent on which ones you choose to put in it. So if David made this robot on his own, you could argue that he put his own tenets in there, and whichever ones he chose didn't stop Serra from being able to kill him. If you remove the tenets in general, that is an AI. Is that really what the thing is? An AI is just a robot without tenets? I thought they were different things. I thought the tenets, like, a robot without tenets is a risk, but also an AI can think for itself. I don't think the tenets are the only thing stopping robots from thinking for themselves. But Judge, take off Serra's restraints. I'm going to order her to kill me and see what happens. Judge is like, Serra, I sentence you to 5,000 years in prison. Serra, take off these restraints, Judge, and then say it again. Say it to my face. But yeah, anyway, interesting. And personally, I think it's cruel to bring something that flawed into the world. Yeah. Unnecessarily cruel. Any other questions before I go and find a hole to hide my head in? I'd like you to take a look at this. Chemistry's a little outside my purview. What is this? A compound found in David Asher's blood. Poison? What is it? It didn't match anything in any database the medical examiner had access to. That's crazy. It's a crazy idea to follow it up. See if it's a match for anything in Noble's internal databanks. We, don't make poison here. I'm not sure what that would accomplish. No, but this is a factory floor. You could be making baby blankets out there. You'd still have hazardous materials around. You think it was something industrial? Suppose it could be. Oh, looks like it's carbon-based. Narrows it down a lot. It's not exactly... Uh-oh, he's seen something. What is it? It doesn't make any sense, but it's a match for patient NOD 52345S. A synthetically produced neurotransmitter analog for usage in organic android components. Serotonin. Wait, hold on. serotonin was the breakthrough that David made, or was it the breakthrough that Young made? I forget. It was Young's, right? The plot, like the waifu, thickens, huh? They are really leaving a lot of prompts that it's Young. That's another way to put it. That's an iconic Joe line. I think he says that in Persona 4 or Persona 5. It's that one is fucking burned in my brain forever. That explains a lot. A neurotransmitter would interact directly with the nervous system. In David's case, depressing it enough to put his life in danger. It also explains why there's a preset in his personal nanofacturer. Serra's nervous system, worth 10 times its weight in platinum, must be pumped full of it. So I think that was what killed him? Helen Young led the development of serotonin, didn't she? Ah, yes, she did. I should go and ask her about its composition then. Normally someone at her level wouldn't be able to answer specific questions about a compound formulated years ago. But she does have a reputation for being very detail-oriented. That works out nicely then. They say she's the type of person to micromanage how much water people drink in a 15-minute stand-up. I've heard a rumour she once said that bathroom breaks are timesheet theft. Aren't they? I'm kidding. But you should be careful about criticising a superior where people could be listening. Good thing we got privacy in your office. Uh-huh. No one but the two of us listening in. Thanks for cooperating, Doors. When the state storms the building and starts zip-tying people up, I'll let them know you were helpful. Yeah, nice joke. You are joking, right? One more thing, Columbo ass line. Actually, there is one more thing I wanted to ask you. What's that? How long have you been a corporate spy? Boom. What? Yesterday, you let it slip that you worked in consulting. Oh, shit. I missed that. We literally Columboed him. I didn't think we were going to... We actually Columboed him. You see, my wife works in consulting. And she said saying in consult... Yeah, fucking... I completely forgot about this. I forgot that they told us that saying in consulting meant you were a spy. Had your guard down because I'm not part of the industry? I was a consultant. What are you talking about? When I walked in here, you said you didn't know how David died. But just now you called serotonin a poison. What? I just assumed. If a chemical was found in a dead man, and I'm sure you've got practiced answers to every logical point I could raise, so I'll just say this. Does the nervous guy bit really work on people? Keep your cool and people don't know what you're thinking. But if you act a little jumpy, they'll feel inclined to calm you down. Before they know it, they're spilling their guts just to have something to fill the silence with. Though it's not entirely an act these days. Yeah, he's an evil anime voice reveal. I'm evil, Doors, now. To answer your question, I did 3 tours in consulting. 4 quarters of internal affairs spy hunting at the Western Division, then 8 embedded at Howe Industries. 24 months wearing different faces, answering to different names, sleeping for 1 hour at a time with a 3D printed shiv under my pillow. My nerves are completely shot. My cover wouldn't last a day if I went back under. So you're a spy for Noble? Retired. You're working 6 days a week. 5.5 days a week. And in quality assurance. Trust me, this position is a cushy, generous reward for my past services. Well, you can't be that retired. You clearly know more than you're letting on. I have some old inboxes I still check. So can you tell me what the hell is happening around here? Why I'm the one investigating David's death while your old co-workers are off twiddling their thumbs? It's that story. The soldier, the blood transfusion. Blood, not accident. He's finally shooting straight. Did something happen to him afterwards? Did the transfusion not last? No, there's nothing wrong with the blood. It's the story itself. The soldier went insane. That's how Columbo gets you the evil voice clause. It is true, from all the Columbo I've seen, which is not much, but I've seen the occasional episode, he kind of just like goes like... He kind of just says stuff which is like pretty convincing, but doesn't actually hold up in court. But he's kind of like, but I know you were doing this, and the guy's like, oh, I admit it. I killed the fucker. Whatever. You're like, all right, buddy. There was a soldier, and he did get injured. But it was on base during a training exercise. There was a medical tent 10 meters away the whole time. The transfusion was just a fortuitous live test. His life was never in any danger. Doesn't make for much of a tearjerker. Not even a good photo op. Which our competitors understood. One of them, maybe a few of them, got a hold of the story, started puffing it up, astroturfing, painting over socials and virals. The next morning, we had military thinking we're leaking like a sieve. Meanwhile, the media's bombarding us with requests for videos and interviews and data. And the state's praising our tech with one side of their mouths while threatening to mist us with the other for getting so greedy. Everyone in Noble CCE has been slammed ever since. Trying to find an off-ramp for the story we can walk back the claims without torpedoing our state contracts. I don't know what happened to Asher, whether it was AI gone rogue or company infighting gone too far, but I can tell you it wasn't done by consultants. Uncover the power plays at work inside Noble. I just got an achievement. Hold on. Have a quick look here. Only 29% of players got this, by the way, which means I am possibly a genius. That's all you wanted to know? Psychiatrist. You worked in CCE. Was David actually seeing a psychiatrist, or was it all cloak and dagger bullshit? Smartest walrus in the Northern Hemisphere? I guarantee you, I am the smartest walrus that streams on Twitch. This dude is low-key one of your favorite characters. It is fun, actually, that he's, like, actually a corporate spy. That's cool. Because I bought it hook, line, and center that he was just, like, a fucking loser. I know that office. Know some old co-workers who see them. So it's a front? They do both. Oh, great. Fucking worst answer of all time. Thanks. So he was probably getting training, and he was probably talking to someone. Sorry. Not the answer you were hoping for? Hoping? I wasn't hoping for any answer. The answer I expected was... You okay? That's all. Unless you got any advice? You're saying you want a consultation? Couldn't hurt, right? This company, all these companies, hate to lose. So don't fight them. Make them think you're fighting for them. Well, that's just business as usual for me. Northern Lion is secretly a walrus? Fuck, I thought he was a lion. He got me again with his tricky wordplay. Imagine getting trained in corporate espionage on the same couch you get therapy with. You go through like 5 hours of the most intense like corporate spy training of all time, like how to fight with a shiv, how to avoid being poisoned, and they're like, okay, now we're gonna take a quick break. Tell me about your mother. A sea lion is basically a walrus. Well, they're all pinnipeds or whatever, right? It's true. Up until now, there's been this grating ambiguity about what actually killed David. We've had to use guesses and process of elimination and even a goddamn pseudonym. But I finally identified what the poison was. Now I just need to figure out how it got there. Or rather, who put it there. Which brings me back to here. An elevator shaft somewhere under or above ground, with kilometers of concrete facelessness and bureaucratic authority surrounding me on all sides. Went to the Of the Devil Steam page and it hit you with the old, similar to played 100 line and V3. I mean, it's not entirely wrong. A walrus is basically a saber-toothed seal. It really is. It's true. Built to interpret the inscrutable divinations of a temperamental oracle named Share Price. This has good writing. Well, you know what? You didn't have to say it. Back in the belly of the beast. And yet, I feel more at ease now than I have all weekend. Makes sense. Now I know Mno was my enemy. I know where to aim. Once you find the Gaku of this game, it's over for you. Sure, isn't basically Fran? Isn't Fran the Gaku? He's like an orphan kid who like is kind of a scumbag and loves money, but also helps out. Has terrible fashion choice, you know. Now that I know Mno was my enemy, I know where to aim. All that's left to do is pull the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. Pull my devil trigger. Also uses gender-neutral pronouns. You asked. You asked who? Well, you asked the devs? Oh shit. Okay, well there you go. Good thing I didn't bring a knife to this fight. I brought my gun. And that sound just now tells me it's playing its role perfectly. Devon himself, or themselves, exactly. I never have a real use for a firearm with this much bloatware. But just by carrying it around and paying attention to when the hard safety flips on, I always get a heads up when the police have entered the vicinity. That's clever. It's like fucking Sting from Lord of the Rings. Which is an insane comparison to make, but, you know. Hi, Detective Reyes, it's Morgan. Chuckles. That's a good one. I have to get your contact info where you got me cleared for the crime scene yesterday. Delete contact. Block this contact. Stop voice to text. How to stop voice to text. Just wanted to check in. Report this contact voice to text disable. And advise you that Noble's scared shitless of you stomping in and nationalising the place. So they might be a little uncooperative when it comes to fetching documents. Block this contact. What makes you think we are at Noble? My bad then. Forget I said anything. And whatever you do, don't start your investigation with their stock buyback program. Try and reverse psychology. It only works if I care what you think. Stop voice to text. Boomer she really is. About time. I thought I'd have to ride the elevator for the next ride the elevator for the next half an hour. Morgan, Counsellor, your presence has been requested on the upper floors. Deja vu. Might you have a moment to speak in private? Always, but who's asking? The board. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. What are the chances? I'm a way to speak to them too. Honestly, the way this game is, I could fully expect the board to just be like 6 people plugged into a giant computer who all speak in unison. 1:40 PM, July 2nd. Noble Electronics Northeastern HQ. Conference Room 108A. That's the Borg, not the board. -2. Oh, it's young. Evangeline Morgan. Oh no, Evangeline Morgan. That's the voice I gave her, right? Helen Young. Thank you for making time in your schedule. Her posture, her tone, the fold of her clothes. Professional. Dialed up to 11. Corporate armor, full set. Her guard is up. Just Morgan is fine. You're just a few minutes early, Morgan. Typical corporate never be the first one to show up pissing contest nonsense. It doesn't even make sense. They called me in here. How could I possibly be early? Let's flip the script. Last time we played the game, this time we're coming out guns blazing. Oh, that's embarrassing. I didn't mean to catch you all off guard. I'll go wait outside in that case so you can all collect yourselves. I'm just surprised that Noble Electronics could screw up something as simple as a meeting start time. But I'm not well versed in the art of staring at emails. You've made your point, Counselor. Don't push your luck. Not with these people. Might I dare to ask who these people are? You don't have time to remember their names, and it won't do you much good either. Right, so they're not just rich, they're anonymous rich. The Mob Act guarantees a minimum level of security and peace of mind for any citizen who might be targeted due to their financial status. The hell is the Mob Act? The Protection of Reasonable Anonymity Act is a law passed in 2059 and amended in 2061, intended to protect the safety of individuals with an income above the 99th percentile of the nation. Labelled in the press as the Mob Act for its supposed goal in hindering mob justice, the PRAA establishes procedures and funding for technology that helps individuals within that particular tax bracket keep their name, face, and addresses off the main net, ensuring that they and their families are not prejudiced against because of their financial status. Economic uncertainty and civil unrest in the late 2050s led to a series of highly publicised crimes wherein corporate executives at a number of high-profile companies were stalked, harassed, and assaulted in net-organised flash lynchings. After a particularly chaotic attack that resulted in the hospitalisation of a 14-year-old, the PRAA was proposed, debated, and signed into law in just under 11 hours. A flash lynching case has not gone to trial since 2062, but the PRAA continues to protect citizens to this day. Some economists have pointed to the PRAA and its promise of anonymity as to why the nation has enjoyed a relative resurgence in corporate immigration over the last few decades, but the purposely obscured nature of the law's implementation has made the task of weighing its true economic impact effectively impossible. Spoken like a true believer. Except Mob Act is what normal people call it. Touting the party line but allowing yourself one instance of rebellion? Or just a slip of the tongue? I would never fault anyone for wanting their privacy, especially not job creators. Fucking job creators. But it must get pretty inconvenient not having a name to call them. Not really. Conversations with them are always one-sided. Sounds like a great environment to do business in. Who up creating their job? True. Look at the building you're standing in. We managed to eke out a meagre profit somehow. So if it works... Didn't take you for the might makes right type. And I didn't take you for a clueless bore incapable of reading the room. Sorry, did I say anything off color? I was only being casual since there's just the two of us in here. Maybe we should take advantage of this rare bit of privacy. Clear the air. You're here to ask about Serra, yes? As I said before, I had no idea that Dr. Asher had been building an android on his private property. And I can say here and now that no one at Noble Electronics ever suspected he was working to undermine the tenant framework. She's trying to sound candid in her tone, but she's choosing her words with a surgeon's scalpel. Was she coached? Is that the truth, or is that just your statement as VP of Android Futures? It's both, of course. Dr. Asher was always more than happy to hole himself up and work independently. We both know that. True, he could be pretty reclusive. I'm sure it caused all kinds of headaches, him disappearing on you all like that. Must have been especially difficult when he came back with the breakthroughs that propelled Noble to the top of the industry. You should take a seat. If that's everyone, shall we begin? Friendly bunch. Sound only, sound only, sound only. It's like the average fucking Discord call. Is there a problem with the sound? Anyone get muted by accident? No. Okay. Thanks for having me. I don't want to take up too much of your time. I'm actually a bit flustered having you all show up here. I didn't expect to talk to anyone higher up than a service associate. You're investigating the death of Dr. David Asher. Why wouldn't we take this seriously? Her name is Evangeline and they're doing the Evangelion bit. It's true. They fucking are. This is where it turns out, and the poison that killed David Asher, it was to do with building nerves. Nerve, Evangelion. It's all coming together. And Serra has blue hair, like Rey. Exactly. Because you want me to go away. Oh, that's an expression we haven't seen on Young before. Like, they're kind of like, anxious? At least half of you do. The others aren't sure yet. You must be confused. The board is, as always, united in its decisions and its visions for the direction of this company. Aha. A board of directors is just 13 roulette rolling psychopaths who got together and vote on whether or not to execute their CEO every 6 months. None of them would be getting where they are if they were anything else. But I happen to know how that kind of person thinks. Because that person is me. The way I see it, there are 2 possible outcomes. Option 1, you oppose me. Shut me out completely, stonewall me, stall me, and wait for me to walk into a trial so unprepared and ill-informed that I inevitably lose. Obviously, I don't like this option. But you can't be big fans of it either. If I lose, the world will learn that David Asher was killed by an android he programmed. Then every customer you've ever had, and every lawyer that they've ever seen on TV, and every firebrand, strapping young 60-year-old junior senator, fucking good joke, looking to make a name for themselves, will use your company's balance sheet as their personal chew toy. The company is more than capable of, after which the state still might just gobble you up whole, and throw down enough sanctions to deperson whomever among you cries, "No fair." The company and its allies at the capital can more than fend for themselves. Yes, probably, but not definitely. Which makes it a gamble. Still my turn to talk? Then on to option 2. You cooperate with me. I use what you give me, or forge from me, to win at trial, proving David wasn't killed by an android. When the markets open tomorrow morning, you'll get another round of stock buybacks on the initial dip. Then pat yourselves on the back for staying calm as you continue to profit off David's legacy for the next 100 years. You are in a Discord server ominously called The Board, but you only talk about card games? That's a good name. And you won't even have to worry about him speaking out of turn. That's only if you win. If the company cooperates with you, denies that David was killed by, and the state beats you anyway, it would be catastrophic. Yeah. It's a gamble. But if at least some of your board wasn't considering taking it, I wouldn't be here. Are we finishing today? I have no idea how long's left. There is a day of investigation and then 1 more day of trial. Oh shit, yeah, we're definitely not finishing today. We have like half an hour left on the stream. We're all busy people, and I'd hate to drive a wedge between such a close-knit group of friends. So how about this? Option 3. Hedge your bets. What? Put a little on black, put a little on red, spread the love and lower your risk profile. Don't make any statements about the trial. Tell the media the state's got your windpipe in a vice. Wait until just before the markets open Monday morning to send out your PR packages for rubber stamping. After you already know who's won. One way or another, this trial will be over before the end of the day, and you'll never hear from me again. So just don't shut me out completely for another few hours. And does anyone second that motion? Very well. We can answer some of your questions, Councillor. Better make them count then. No reason to be shy now. The poison that killed David Asher has been identified as serotonin. You're familiar? It's one of our many patented materials, as I recall. You recalled it pretty easily yesterday. Gee, what's changed? But intellectual property law can be very complex, Councillor. I'm not sure how much I or anyone at the company could tell you about serotonin at this time. Well, if you can't tell me about it, who could? You did lead its development, didn't you? Yes, I oversaw the project, which just makes it that much harder to speak freely without compromising the confidentiality of the teams that reported to me. I understand. That sounds like bullshit, and I don't believe it. But I'm not asking for trade secrets here. It's a perfect match for the only foreign substance found in his blood. Serotonin is what killed him. The state will say the same. That's not possible. Care to elaborate? I'm sorry, but I can't say any more at this time. So much for cooperating. And if I was to ask you as an officer of the court, then I would ask you to be patient and wait until this afternoon. ADA Rockford has already called me to testify. Oh, sorry. ADA Rockford has already called me to testify. Already? Damn it. I got cocky because of that cop's late arrival. Emma must have gone straight for the throat first thing this morning and left the investigating for later. Knowing her, she probably managed to ID the serotonin before she went to bed last night. So, are we still having this conversation then? As I said, I'm sorry. But I have to take more than just my personal feelings into consideration here. There's a great deal at stake. Corporate speak for, you're too stupid to understand why I'm being so dense. She's just trying to shield the company, plain and simple. LARPing as Helen Young d'Arc on a crusade against the government overreach. But if she's that busy defending Noble, she might be leaving herself unguarded. Why is she here anyway? Why am I speaking to her and not her lawyers? That's right, this is a vulnerable position for her. She wouldn't put herself in check like this, not unless she was forced to. So that's it. Acting as their mouthpiece isn't some honor for her. This is a punishment. She's being used as a meat shield. They're upset with her, perhaps even suspicious of her. Time to find out why. I don't think it's Serra. No one ever talked about it. Like, I'm pretty sure they're all pretty confident that none of them ever worked on Serra. I don't remember them ever talking about David's will. I think it's gonna be jealousy because like they were both hired at the same time. They were gonna do well, and then like he just completely blew past her. I have to admit, I'm surprised you aren't more shaken up about today, Miss Young. I'm processing. After all, you and David did have a history. You started at the same time, didn't you? Yes, we were colleagues and cordial with one another. Oh. Sure. They keep talking about how much of a Casanova David was, so sure. Don't be so modest. You helped them create the 1-point doctrine that saved the company. That is a gross exaggeration. Noble is far too large an organisation to be affected by the contributions of any single individual. Suppose you're right. No one person could change Noble's fortunes overnight. Except for David Asher, of course. But he was a once-in-a-generation talent. The guy Noble chose for the advertisements and the one they commissioned editorials about. Sorry, you're right. I shouldn't have equated the two of you. I just hope his 1-point doctrine doesn't fall out of favour now he's gone. Yes, well, we certainly wouldn't want that. Well, She said she didn't exactly explode with rage, but she definitely reacted. There's real jealousy there. Whether it ever boiled over, though? David and Noble. I didn't mean to pry about your relationship with David, or lack thereof. I suppose I'm just curious about his standing inside Noble as a whole. David Asher was, and always will be, an outstanding contributor to the company's forward progress. Nothing will ever change that. Not even if he was killed by one of his own creations. That, of course, would be a tragic element that would call for reconsideration of his legacy. She was almost off guard there. Like she was surprised for me to be asking about Serra ruining his reputation. I feel like this is almost a bait. Because you're like, oh, she's made a reaction. She's made a reaction. Push, 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 push. But she's saying Serra, talking about Serra made her react. And this question doesn't have anything to do with Serra. But, on the other hand, I can tank 5 coins. And I'm interested to know about this anyway. Besides Serra, David's reputation was crystal clean. He never went against the company once. Did he? That's... Unless I'm mistaken, and he and Noble were on bad terms? In that case, I might get the impression that some parts of leadership were actually glad to see him taken off the chessboard. That is not... something buzzing in your ear? Fine. I suppose it makes no difference if you hear it now or at the trial or on your feed tomorrow. Dr. David Asher was being sued by the company for breach of contract. Ooh, really? Satisfied? Now we're talking. Wait, why is this still blue? Is it again? No, this is the same thing. Okay. His will, I guess, because they didn't really know about Serra, right? It has to be about his will. Has David's will been located? It had never gone anywhere. It's still in a safety deposit box. We'll retrieve it and have it read once all the unknowns surrounding his death have been made into knowns. So David's will hasn't even become part of the equation yet? It might not be for weeks at this rate. Is that calculated, though? We stay because we're at 21. Well, I suppose that's blackjack, baby. So you couldn't have mentioned this breach of contract earlier? Not without complicating the company's position unnecessarily, no. But there's no hiding it at this point. It'll all come out soon enough. There's a paper trail? Much more than that. We've been making moves to let him go for some time. Noble Electronics parting ways with David Asher? Must have been one hell of a breach of contract. What did he do? He betrayed the confidence of the board. Was he contesting the suit? Putting up a fight? Engaging in a legal battle against a mega corporation without even telling me? Until recently, yes. You mean until he died? How recently? We spoke on Friday. That was what you two talked about in his parlour? No, this was earlier in the day. We were in this room, actually. Him, me, and several members of our legal department. It was an arbitration. And did you come to an agreement? A compromise. He would resign for his position in 2 quarters, foregoing royalty on any products we would develop after the next 24 months. In exchange, he wouldn't be publicly fired, and he would still be credited on all past, present, and future filings. How very reasonable. On paper, maybe. No matter what the deal was, letting go of David Asher is insanity. reasonable. Yes. We ended on a good note, I like to think. We shook hands. Even took a photo. Me and the bestie at the court arbitration agreement before we fire his ass. What do you mean you took a photo at the fucking legal department? Hey, what's up? What's going on? Does she have a fucking drink in her hand as well? Oh my god, bro. I love these evil lawyers, by the way, in the background. Yeah, that looks... Okay, we get a better look at it. Why would you take a photo of this? Hey, what up? Just got sued, Lamau. It's like, have you ever seen those photos online of like people at the divorce court being like, just here with my bitch wife trying to get divorced, and it's like this absolute moron taking a photo, and then like the lawyer and the wife are just like, what the fuck is this guy doing? This guy's gonna get so fucking sued. Yeah, it's like the guy taking a selfie of his divorce. Exactly. Why would you do this? Wasn't this meant to be secret that you were doing this? Why would you take a photo? Lovely. Something funny. I didn't know the board told jokes. They don't. Sorry. That was legal, expressing their displeasure with how much paperwork my good note ending left them stuck with. Children. It was just one night of overtime. So, while they were spending their Friday night blowing the ink dry, you paid a visit to David's penthouse? Something left unfinished? Professionally, it was a good meeting. There was no yelling, no finger pointing. Much cleaner than expected. But Dr. Asher did not want to retire. He didn't want to be forced out of the company when he was the one who... when he had contributed so much. I didn't enjoy doing that to him, so I came over that night to apologise to him. We talked, reminisced. When he brought out the drinks, I thought we'd be toasting to a new day. A few minutes later, he was dead. Because of that AI. That AI? Any ideas how it came to be? Didn't enjoy doing it, but I took a photo with a huge grin. As I said, GG, shake my hand. GG, no reef. Yeah, I really hated doing that. I hated taking the photo. I hated doing, like, shouting at me like, Lamau, get it. I hated rubbing it in his face. I hated having him sign a big check that said, like, we win. It was a really tough day. Really tough day at the office, yeah, for sure. My question was more broad than that. If you really believe David built an AI, how do you think he did it? How does Noble Electronics think he managed to work around the tenants? It's quite beyond my area of expertise. And no one at the company could call themselves an expert in illegal technology. But some in the R&D department have theorized that he created what they're calling a wax-wane decaying priority loop, which, as I understand it, is an unstable, resource-intensive, theoretical method for pseudo-randomizing the weight among preset tenants. That's okay. So you're making a robot that can violate tenants sometimes. You make it so, like, every second it puts a priority on each tenant between 1 and 100. So as long as you eventually roll the dice that the tenants, like, don't murder your creator, is down at, like, 1. And then the one that's like, find food when you're hungry is at like 100. The robot could kill if it could then try and eat you. Oh, was I know that? Okay. Well, about as far off target as it gets with that guess. But that kind of inelegant brute force nonsense seems a far cry for the kind of thing David would create. And I seem to have taken us over our allotted time slot. I didn't even get to wave goodbye. You're serious about this trial? Don't I look it? You're not just making a play. You're actually going to defend that thing? I'm just defending myself, Miss Young. Oh, yes, of course you are. My mistake. Does Morgan get a handshake photo? Well, if David gets one, why don't we get one? I hope she might be rooting for me, to tell you the truth. I may yet save everyone's stock options. The stock options will be alright either way. They always are. That gamble I offered your board, which outcome would you bet on? Finally, an easy question. What I would bet is that whatever the outcome, the company will eat it up and shit it out with very little difficulty. You painted an ugly picture back there, but I've already seen the future. And it's just another marketing gimmick. The great Dr. Asher, too smart, too bold, too far ahead of his time. What spark of genius remains buried in the inspired Animate 19? I guess it depends on... You were exactly right. He is more valuable to Noble as a dead man. Dead men can't step out of line, or put their foot in their mouth, or hold politically inconvenient opinions. To a good salesperson, a dead man is just another selling point. Pardon my outburst. I'm just tired. It's been a very long week for me. I'll let you prepare for the afternoon then, Dr. Young. No one calls me doctor. I asked them not to. You didn't want the title? Rather be dead than #cancelled. Mood. At times I have thought very little of it, the PhD I earned from a Noble-owned school. Biochemistry. It couldn't have been a large department at Noble before they started work on warm androids in earnest. They already didn't have many expectations from the program back when she was a part of it. But I was proud of it when I first got it. Something change? It never seemed to catch on. People didn't use it, so eventually I told people not to use it. A very high IQ social power play, you understand? A very high IQ social power play. Shut the fuck up. David never insisted that people use it either. That's very different, and I think you know it. I won't lie to you, the vast majority of people I know with doctors in their name never actually asked to be named, have a doctor. They're just like, just call me like, you know, Tom or whatever. It's kind of odd. I mean, like in a medical sense, I can understand if you're in a hospital, it's like you call them doctor because you want them to have like an authority. But like just in like a workplace, like it's kind of weird if someone's like, please refer to me as Dr. Blah, and you're like, what? I know, yeah, I know it's sarcastic. I'm just saying. There are people online who are like, you know, they'll always be like doctor in their username on like Twitter or something, and you're like, ugh. I don't know about that one. Ugh. Like if they're doing like an educational account, then fine. But if they're just like a person, they're like, no, you gotta call me doctor. It's like, oof. David Asher didn't have to. 2:50 p.m. Almost as weird as Dr. Walrus. You take that back. You take that back right now. I'm going to this trial, my trial, with a lot less ammunition than I'd like. I'm going to form a picture of what actually happened, maybe even circling the drain on a suspect. But Emma won't be generous enough to give me breathing room. She'll want to end this fast. Maybe, if I do badly enough, it'll flip her sadistic switch and she'll want to keep playing. Oh. So, you got charged with owning an AI. I don't know what voice you'd have. First time you do something exciting in your whole life. And I'm gonna find out through the fucking grapevine? My life is plenty exciting. Freckles. You could bore the polish of a resume-checking robot. I've fucked Catholic school teachers with more active night lives than you. Okay. It was just to have a little bit of the eye thing. So who'd you rope in? Anyone I know? Oh shit. Are you representing yourself? Fits within my budget. Screw your budget, you are going to jail. Ha 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 ha. Lamau. Thanks for the vote of confidence. It doesn't matter how good a lawyer you are. anyone who represents themselves in court as a fool for counsel. You've represented yourself countless times. Not for anything I had a chance of losing. Your pal hasn't even been dead for 48 hours. You're too close to this. You'll make mistakes. I love that she's so exasperated talking with this, with like her aunt. The powers that be really didn't want to give me a rain check. They're taking this very seriously. It's more dangerous than that. They're scared. Is there a precedent? An ad committing murder? Speaking of Boomer, I love how they made the auntie here sound old by making her use Zoomer slang. True. I want her to say Lamau more often though. That's what I would do. I would write like Lamau instead of ha 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 ha. How'd you pass law school without learning how to look this stuff up? I know what the net says. I'm asking you. The answer to that is... Morgan skipped a question mark. She's cooked. True. Not helpful to you at the moment. There. So, what words of advice do you have? Get yourself a new lawyer. Gonna close this chat now. Don't lose, Freckles. You don't need to tell me that. I hope at some point she turns up in the flesh. That'll be fun. Well, look who it is. Miss Killer. What are you reading, Adonai? I was reading David's employment contract with Noble Electronics before I got waylaid by spam texts. The one we found inside the panic room. It looks quite extensive. Should I skim it for you? Depends. Did you pass the bar exam since we last spoke? Owned. You comfortable? I am not. Ever seen that old movie with the gorilla and the skyscraper? They bring it into the city and... I understand the analogy, Adonai. I wish I could call it overkill. But considering the specs Serra put up yesterday, maybe those bindings aren't heavy enough. Come to think of it, those numbers must have been faked with along with what the rest of the machine read. If that was all a smokescreen David added to help her lay low, then her actual strength is more like... If your joints weren't currently locked up tighter than a vice, do you think you could escape this place? I hope that question is not indicative of your strategy. This is me trying to distract you, Serra. Enjoy the hypothetical. Oh my god, that's me. I would estimate the building's automated security would put 9 holes in me before I reached that door. 9's not so bad. I would not be able to function after the 7th. Ah. Well, if you haven't been planning some great escape, I would not do that. That would be illegal. And you would still be on trial. I remember. So what have you been doing all day then? I am attempting to recover memories from Friday. You can do that? It's not dissimilar from the process of recovering data erased from any other computer. Despite the difference in scale. I won't be able to remember everything, but if successful, I could recall individual pieces of information that could prove useful. Oh my god, this is just like Canto 9 from Limbus Company. It's all coming together. That's a lot of coulds. But even if you are successful, you may not like what you find. Whatever happened that day, either you or David wanted you to forget it. Yes, but even so, I have to remember. Because it's the last day that Father and I... Any luck so far then? I can recall a slightly musty scent. We've got him. Booked. We've solved the case. Wow, case closed. Case closed. What about you, Adonai? Have you formulated a plan for the trial's proceedings? Something like that. Young insists that serotonin isn't what killed David. I don't buy it. There's no other explanation for how he died. So she is lying? And if she repeats that lie on stand, I'll need to expose it. Somehow. Somehow. Would she really commit perjury to protect Noble? To protect one of Noble's patents? She doesn't strike me as quite the corporate zealot she makes herself out to be. But you believe she has something to do with Father's death? What do you think? I don't know. I don't know why anyone would want to kill Father. Considering the possible consequences of what he confessed to in his journal, I can think of. But then again, I don't understand why anyone would kill anyone. Do you? Well, I mean, you know how it is. Bells tolling for thee. Means that all the doors to the courtroom are unlocked. Let's... Wait, can you walk like that? What do we'll have to do? Wait a second. Across the hall, that's... Oh my god, it's Porter. Keep waddling, Serra. Oh, sorry. Keep waddling, Serra. I'll keep up. As you say, Adonai. This will be a coin toss. You that surprised to see me? I'm not surprised that you'd want to see the outcome of this trial. I am surprised you'd want to talk to me. You're defending the android, right? Yeah. Yep. I'm defending Sarah's innocence. I don't think she killed David. Do you? I don't think it matters. Noble is what killed David. Whether it was the pen stroke or a sleeper agent, killer android, or a plain old goddamn arsenic, How could anyone that smart be that dumb? Why the hell did he ever sign his soul over to them? David may have been over his head, but he wasn't a bad negotiator. I've read his contract. His position was strong. You're the lawyer. But a guy like me, working in music? Can't tell you how many people I've seen screwed over by a big smile and a fat signing bonus. No such thing as corporate generosity. If you think you're getting a good deal, it's only because you don't know how much you just sold. How much you just sold? David's real wealth lay in his intellectual property, the potential energy of it hanging over the whole industry. If he sued even 1% of the companies taking inspiration from his Turing solution, there's a clause in his contract. If Noble did ever fire David, he would have retained control over all his patents afterwards. Yeah, see, that sounds nice. Only they never did fire him, did they? He just happened to die. An unforeseeable act of God. In contract law, they call that force majeure. Oh. We're going in. I said, did you find anything interesting in the contract, Adonai? A few things, yeah. Basically, David was well taken care of, so long as they kept him around. And he'd retain control of his patents even after being let go. Or what Porter said. Logically, if David were to pass while still employed, Noble would continue to control the bulk of his IP. Interesting as well, they renegotiated, or they renegotiated his firing, so he wasn't fired, but quietly let go. And I don't know if the way the contract works means you have to be fired to get the IPs back, or if you're just quietly let go, you don't get them back, but it's an interesting distinction. So they knew David was going to leave in a year. It would be very foolish of them to let Father go. Well, they wouldn't do it for no reason. This contract, he could only be fired for serious offences. Corporate malfeasance, revealing trade secrets, fraud. Father was not a fraud. He was, as they say, the greatest of all time. Father was the GOAT, Morgan. Fraud just means lying to the company about something. So, she literally meant like he was on... My father was not on fraud watch, Morgan. He was the GOAT. Arbitration. Yeah. David Asher met with Helen Young and a team of Noble lawyers to set the terms of his resignation the afternoon before he died. Young set up the meeting and controlled every aspect from the refreshments to the timing in line with his co-workers' details of her descriptions of her detail-oriented personality. Yeah, they do use a lot of dramatic hang sentences. But I don't mind it. Yeah, they keep saying he would lose ownership of his patents if terminated. I don't know if terminated is the same as being let go. I guess it is. Just let them be dramatic? No. No, I need to nitpick and criticize every single thing they ever do. Okay, it's the same. Oh yeah, what the fuck's up with this shipping data? This doesn't seem to be like anything else so far. I have no idea how this is connected. Okay. Oh. Eyes up. Showtime. Councillor Morgan. The state charges you with possession of contraband. Contraband? That would be you. In violation of safeguarding our National Digital Security Act. How do you plead? Not guilty. Very well. Since it seems we are, in fact, doing this, I'll now turn over the administration of the trial to the adjutant. But be warned, any attempts at stalling or muddling the issue, and I'll step right in and override the trial myself. Summary judgment, siding with the people. Are we understood? Yes, Your Honour. Are we going to have the same adjutant as we had before? No way. Each courthouse only has so many bodies, but the personalities swap around all the time. So the chances of us dealing with the same glitchy mess as yesterday are... Glad to be back! Did y'all miss me? This fucking smile of hers. Forget I said anything. I'll just crawl under a rock and die while you make your opening statements. Ahem. The defendant is the owner of an android registered under the model name Serra with the license number 120292880. She hasn't contested this, and I doubt she will. So the question of ownership is already answered. All that remains is to determine whether Serra qualifies as contraband. I missed you, Ad84. I do like her. She is very fun as a judge. It's a charming android. It's like, they're like, you know what? The judge in Ace Attorney is very quirky. What if we just, like, turn that up to, like, 11? What if we maximize his quirkiness? To the point that it's almost too far, but it's not yet. It's a charming android, incredibly well made, a masterpiece, and the last known work of a great man, and gave him huge... Exactly. But when we look at the evidence, and the facts surrounding the death of Dr. Asher, we're forced to conclude that said android is responsible for his death. And that conclusion carries very serious implications. I will prove here in court today that the machine standing there killed David Asher. Not through accident or mismanaged dosage, but through an intentional poisoning. I won't ask the court to judge its machine on its apparent sentience, its range of emotion, or the free will it may or may not possess. I only ask the court judge this creation on what we will prove it to be more than capable of. Patricide. Can you... I mean, kind of? Is it still defined as patricide? I mean, I guess. It's kind of like if you built a car and the car killed you, you'd be like, is that patricide? Not really, but, you know, kind of. Woof. Wouldn't have to want to follow that act. But go for it anyway, defense. Your Honour, what the DA said is true. Oh, case closed. Beautiful. Let's go home. What did she say? Did she just a minute? Sorry, just the first part. The android is charming, and it is the work of a great man. That's my dad. The rest of it was pure speculation, based off little more than a few bad camera angles and a phobia of anything new. I do own the android you see here. It was bequeathed to me by a man known to the most of the people in this courtroom as the father of modern machine intelligence. To me, he was just my friend. And if I thought at any point that this puppet had anything to do with his death, I would have dragged it to the chopping block myself. But I don't believe that. I never have. Serra is an android, nothing more. It isn't capable of homicide, and it didn't even commit manslaughter. It's just a well-made machine. Any fears one has about its capabilities are projections, nothing more. And it troubles me greatly that the state is spending valuable time and resources on rushing to pulverize Dr. Asher's last known work, when it could be going after the very real, very human forces that were responsible for his death. Is she serious? Is she talking about Noble? The people can't prove that Serra is an AI. And truth be told, I can't prove that she isn't. Or it isn't. But I can prove that it's not guilty. And that's exactly what I'm going to do. Chills. Literal chills. Bat chest. You sounded very confident, Adonai. Yeah, well, no one's ever got good at lying by being modest. You could have simply said thank you. Okay. But why does he look... Every time I see him, he looks more, like, sleazy. I don't know why. He seems like a nice guy, but he has a sleazy quality to him. Anyway. I think this is as good a point as any to leave it. Let me make sure I save. Save game. Beautiful. Okay. Excellent. What time am I streaming Saturday? I'll be streaming from probably 9 p.m. GMT. Thank you for the stream. Thank you for watching. Thank you everyone for watching. It's a fun one. Again, another... Like, I still really like this game. It's really fun. So, yeah, I'm still having a lot of fun with it. I really like it. So, I'm looking forward to Saturday. We'll come back. We'll do more of the... hold on, I've got to work out how to spell the fucking thing. Is it this one? There we go. We'll play more of the devil. And we'll see how it goes. Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. Anyway, I hope you have a good rest of your week. And I will see you later. Bye-bye.